What up? Happy Friday. How we doing? What up, friends? Oh, hi. Silly Blue Cat, thank you for the 12 months. 1 year. Holy hell. And Prime Wolf with the Prime. It's so fitting. Thank you for the 5 months. Oh, my goodness. Hi, guys. How goes it? Hi, Dread. Hello. Davey, welcome in. First time. Welcome, welcome. Empress. What's up, Auntie? Those damn URAs, man. They're out to get me. They're legit out to get me. Heidi ho, neighbor. Oh my. Hi, Sparkle. Mayor. Hello, Phoenix. Hi, friends. Fling, welcome, welcome. Hope the day is good. The day is good. We're chilling, man. What's up, planet? We're chilling. All right. Just about ready. Hold on. There we go. Fixed it. Fixing stuff. Faz Day. It is a Faz Day. It is a Faz Day indeed. And we are going to attempt to do the all difficulty challenge, the all difficulty tier 1 challenge again. We're going to try again. I know the first time was not really our fault why bad things happen, but I still, I want it to be legit. So, yeah. You got this. Well, thank you, Dread. Dreadstone, how are you, my friend? So good to see you. Hi, Janelle. Got plans for Labor Day? None. We are chilling, man. We are going to be chilling. That's always your fault. That's not very nice. It was a heartbreaking end. Well, knowing that it wasn't my fault necessarily, it just makes me know that when I get to APOC 1, 2, 3, I just got to shut up just in case. Because a problem that I'm having is that we have reported it, we have said something about it, and it hasn't been acknowledged. That's my problem. And I'm talking about partner bug report. So, yeah, that's a problem. 'Tis a problem. Why is the cult thing still on? I disabled it. Evil, thank you for the 8-month Prime. Puzzet, hello. How are you? Love the videos. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Not acknowledged. So, like normal. Hey-o. That was from Cult of the Lamb, but it's not even on. I'm confuzzled why that exists right now. It still says you can contribute to the totem. Hold on. Let me go to Dweesh. Let me go to Dweesh. Hold on. Oh, hey, how are ya? Chunky fish milk. It's still weird calling you that. Twitch mobile is booty. That is factual. That is factual. Finished watching where the URA shut the door when you turned around. Yeah, that's stupid freaking ghost. I heard other streamers talk about the push to talk. Yeah, because it's a very real, easy thing to duplicate. It's not like it's a bug where we're confused. Like, I don't know how to make it happen again. No, I can make it happen every time. But it's not being acknowledged. Like, hey, there's an issue. We know there's an issue. Is it going to be solved? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Fifth? How are you? Okay. Let's go to the extensions and see what the hell's going on. Royal. Oh, it's a baby. Royal. What are we going to call it? Janiac, thank you so much for the biddies, friend. Such a cool shirt. I love this shirt, man. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's one of my favorites. It's one of my favorite designs in the merch store. I love it. 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 I don't know how to solve this. I don't know how to solve this because the extension is not even on. It's literally disabled. I don't know. Thank you for the 15 months. Hope everyone is well. We're doing good. Did Phasmo come in here and infest my computer? Katie, thank you for the 10. Welcome back. Hi, friend. Son of Bish. Yay, broken things. Listen, Sarash, you relax yourself. Rubble, thank you for the bits. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's gone for you now. Okay. You can't see it anymore? Hello, peasants. That's a weird name for a kid. I still see it on mine. Maybe it's like a refresh thing. I don't know. If you refresh, is it gone? We're haunted by the... Oh, son of a bitch. Hi, Sinister. Fling, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Hi, hello. Hey, how are you? So, outside of what challenge we're about to... I refresh and still have it. Then I don't know what to do. Starry! Then I don't know what to do. Starry! I need to change that. It's not if we reach, because we did reach. So obviously we reached it. So the Yoshi outfit is here. So we're going to pick a day soon, very, very soon, to have a viewer day. I'll make sure to let all of you know when that is so that you are prepared. So you're ready. Okay. Yoshi Friday. I mean, not today. Maybe I'll do it this upcoming Friday. Maybe we'll do it then. Well, no, I don't. It's going to be so confusing for people when they come in and use channel points and like, what the hell is this thing? It shouldn't be on. What if I set it as overlay and then I disable it right now? I'm going to set it as overlay and then we are going uninstall. Yep. Get out of here. Get out. I'm going to get rid of it completely. Fly stream when you shut your lips. I still see it. Literally right there. Thank you, me, for the contribution to the totem. I don't know how to fix it. I wonder what this does. It just makes me read it. So I don't know what it does. Dread. Twitch be broken. I don't think it's Twitch's fault. I think it's a mixed bag. Dread. Thank you for the 5 subs, Frant. Yeah, if anybody finds a way, please let me know. The goo cult is here to stay. God damn it. So anyway, so besides all of that and the all difficulty that we're going to do today, besides all that, the all difficulty tier 1 challenge we're going to reattempt today. September is Subtember. What that means is that subs are going to be discounted all of September. It's been that way. They've done September for a few years. It changes every now and then. I think the way that it is this year is the same as it was last year. I think. A big difference is that at the end of the month, when they normally discount gifted subs, it's only going to be like if you gift 5, then 1 is free. I think that's, if I remember that correctly. I'll update the commands when that stuff is necessary to be noted. Right now it's not, because obviously it's not in play. But if you do ! September, Davey, thank you for the prime. Appreciate the sub. Thank you, friend. You'll be able to see what the discounts are. The discounts are currently active right now, so they are already live. But we are going to treat September like one long subathon, if you will. So what we're going to do is, rather than have one monthly goal, we're going to have 10 monthly goals. So if you click on the image inside of that link, you can see what those 10 goals are. So as we reach those milestones, we pay up. Yeah. Starry, thank you for the bits. So yeah. There we go. Okay. Time to get stuff rolling. I'll figure out the whole Cult of the Lamb stuff later. We're not going to worry about it. If anybody redeems it, I'll just have to explain, like, sorry. Ooh, fancy. All right. Phasmophobia, where are you? I have too many games. Oh, something else that I did. Oh, that just pleased my little retro heart. I set up a little area downstairs in my basement. It's an unfinished it's not a finished basement. It's unfinished. Oh, Crow. Thank you for the 5-month Prime. What will the tattoo be? 'Tis the question at hand. So I think when that comes to play, I'll come back to the retro statement in a second. So when it comes to that, let's just say that shit happens and we just so happen to get to that. I think what I'm going to end up doing, and I've already talked to my wife about this, is I'm going to open up a channel in Discord for people to put their suggestions. So I need to decide where it would go, and then and then we will allow suggestions. Now it will be a very select group of people that are going to choose which one it officially is, or maybe I let my wife decide. Maybe that would be the play. Like, here's all of them. You have to pick one. Which one's it going to be? But her response was, "It's your body." I'm like, but you have to look at me. If I get goo right here, I don't think you're going to be that happy. Mrs. Flash must decide. I think it's fair. Ghost, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for the hype train. Holy shit. Goo on the butt. I said that to her in a very, very naughty way, and she didn't appreciate it very much. She didn't appreciate it. Silly blue cat. Oh, thank you for the stuff and the things. Thank you for getting this shirt, friend. And you know what I'm saying, right? G on one cheek, and never mind. You pick up what I'm putting down. Never mind. It's fine. But yeah, so that's what would happen with the old tattoo-a-rooney. Faz on the knuckles. Oh my god. What is wrong with you? All right, let me get Phasmo going here. It's hot in this room now. Hit it! Thank you for the Prime. Thank you for the sub, Davey. Thank you for the bits. Somebody tainted the water. Somebody tainted the water. What happened? Now, obviously you see the prestige button there. We are not pressing it yet. We are not worrying about that yet, because I feel like I still want to live in the tier 3 area for a bit to take advantage of it. The reason being is so that I can be the one that provides items during community day. So I don't want to prestige and be trapped with tier 1 stuff when community day happens. I will stay here until we do community day, and then I'll prestige. So that's the move. Full back tattoo of voodoo doll. I hate you. Oh man. Vela, oh, thank you. I appreciate it, friends. Thank you. Okay. So let's see. But listen, we are extraordinarily, I went like Arnold Schwarzenegger. No, I went like Sylvester Stallone for a second. We are extraordinarily far away from that even being a thought. So yeah. Dude, the cult follower message. I swear to God. Oh, if it happens on a day that I don't work, I'll provide the items. Oh, I appreciate you. I'll keep tier 3 so that way nobody has to worry about it. I can just keep providing the entire time. Tarot cards could be kind of cool. Yeah, there's a lot. Listen, there's a lot of awesome ideas. There's a lot of cool things that we could do. So, all right. I am going to warm up today. I am 100% going to warm up today. I guess single player and multiplayer really doesn't matter because they're both effed when it comes to global. Music box could be cool. Take a snapshot of your character model. just a model. Just waist up. Or the full thing on down my forearm. Yeah. Just get toe, and only true fans would know. Don't forget these ideas. Write them down. Midnight Society, listen. Write them down. Don't forget them. If we get to that point and we can open a channel to do it, then we'll talk about it. All right, let's go to Nightmare. This is going to be our nice little warm-up round. the specific container of salt. All right. Enable. There we go. Been trying to get into single player, but it feels weird playing without a team. Any tips? What mode do you normally play on? Paused. Oh, thank you, Phoenix. Is it possible? Like, I wonder if I go. Okay, hold on. I wonder if there's some bug happening where like the channel points, it's keeping them on when they shouldn't be there. Maybe I can actually go in and delete them, you know? Let me try that instead. Let me try that. But thank you for pausing them, Phoenix. A glow stick? That'd be kind of cool. Imagine if it actually glowed. Like glow in the dark. That'd be kind of sick. Thank you guys for the hype train. Thank you guys so much for all the subs and the bits. I appreciate you. Lit. Thank you for the 6 months. Hello. Channel points. There it is. Contribute to the totem. Get out of here. Send a cult follower message. Yeah. Get out of here. Great success. It's gone. There we go. Dunzo. Dunzo. All right, we're ready to rock. We're ready to rock. Thank you, Phoenix, for making me think to even look there. Get like a handprint. Yeah. Very much so could. All right, we are going to warm up with a nightmare round, and then we will get into the all difficulty tier 1. Let's do these. Let's do these. Papa Smurf. Hello. Hi, friend. How are you? Good to see you. Hi, Grammy. Noki, welcome in. Mr. Grammy, how are you guys? Go follow my amazing teammate, Mr. Graham. He's one sneaky lockdown protocol player. If I may say so myself. Yoga, how are you? What's up, Roman? Sinister, thank you for gifting to Krabby. I'm good, Bay. How are you? Doing just swell. Just getting everything started here so we can get to cracking. Oh, my nose is so itchy today. So itchy. Quackerly, thank you for the bits. All right, go there. Go there. Triple schmexy. Graham, we have to play Lethal Company at some point. I haven't played since the update. So I need to get on that. We'll have to have a day. Okay. We're ready to rock. Quackerly! Thank you for the message effect. How are you this fine day? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Tier 1 thermo? What do you mean? There was an update? Yeah, not that long ago. Yeah. All right, let's go to Point Hope. This is where we're going to warm up. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely been an update for sure. So we'll have to check it out. One of these days, Alice, one of these days. All right, I think I'm good to go. Let's rock. And then after this, we will start the all difficulty tier 1. This is just a nice little warm up round. Get our fingers warmed up. Grizzly, thank you for the 15 months. Oh, show. And their new monster. There is. Hi, Alyssa. Hello. What do we have? William Wilson, 25% crucifix and escape. Okay. Man, I like my eyes need to readjust. What I was talking about earlier, the retro stuff that I was talking about earlier. So I have my CRT TV set up now with a couple old consoles, and I was showing the kids some of the older games. And it pleases my heart. My wife and I the other night were playing Super Mario World. And there's nothing hotter than my wife coming up to me and saying, "Hey, we should play Super Mario World tonight." Did I already hear the ghost? All right, that's open. Hi, Sparkle. Son loves the older games. Good. Don't let that fade. Don't let that fade. All right, no juice. Hi, Rhea. How are you? Alyssa, thank you, friend. My husband when I ask him if he wants to play Gears of War or Borderlands. All right, we have hiding here. Good, good. Ghosty, where are you? Can't play fast single player. Too scared. Oh, you just got to go for it. You just got to YOLO, man. Excuse you. I just wanted to check my audio. Check, check, check. Okay, good. I'm trying. I always tell people one of the best things that you can possibly do. Oh, I need to shut this down. One of the best things you can possibly do is to just load up the game. Don't add any equipment and let the ghost hunt you. Oh. Hi, Ella. How are you? What up, bro? I've heard diddly squat. Nothing. I've heard nothing. Money I get hunted? What difficulty? This is Nightmare. We're just doing a nice little warm-up round before I start doing the challenge itself. Hi, Bruce. It's gonna be downstairs, isn't it? I mean, I want it to be. I don't want it to be all the way up here. Imagine. Okay. I'm good, Ella. Thank you. Tattoo idea. OG Nintendo with 2 controllers. Hey, listen. Am I able to pick up the shark? I don't think I have space. I don't have space right now. Oh, we'll come back. We'll come back for Bruce. I swear to God. Was that Crowster? You son of a bitch. I swear to God. Sky, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Bruce tattoo. Get a shark. My wife would be so confused. But then like a Bruce tattoo, but coming from the mouth that says dun 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 dun. Oh, are you here? You kicked my breaker off, you piece of crap. I think it's there. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're here. Hey, it just threw something at me. Bruce plushie would be adorable. I think so. Oh, the bone. Oh, well. Okay. There we go. There we go. Don't take the shark. Take this. We'll get Bruce. I promise. Hi, Jamie. We will get Bruce. Not a generous shade. I would assume no. I would assume no. The gin, especially because it turned off the power. The shade because it was throwing items with me next to it. Yeah. Let's wait. I had the chat. Yeah, I believe if you swipe towards the right, or if you long hold the screen. Yeah. Bruce. It's what we call the shark. It's what we call the shark. I'm gonna take one of these because I'm fearful. And then we're gonna do this and this. Go. And go. What if you get a mare tattoo? Then you'll have to let us know. Good luck, Belle. We do have hiding down here, just in case stuff goes awry. Remember, it's Nightmare, so I'm only going to get 2 pieces. Tough decision. What, if you're going to get it or not? It's up another floor. One more. Yeting! What up, homie? Why is my game laggy? What the fuck? Hold on. I'll take care of something here in a second. Ooh. Okay, damn. Actually, that's not a good place for it. We should put it behind the camera. Like, that's not... Just gonna let myself downstairs. I didn't want it to drop my sanity, so I didn't want it to get hit by the event. Those dots made that far more ominous. We have hiding here too, by the way. Hey, goat. Just completed my first perfect investigation. Hey, let's go. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. All right, let me see what's going on over here. Why are you doing the ting? Why are you doing the ting? Darkest, thank you for the 9 months. Can't stay long, New Orleans. Want to do my stream. Woo, drop in. Thank you, Croster. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. A little loud there? Dude, that was in my face. Yeah, that was right in my face. All right, let's bring you. Let's double check that camera. See what's going on. Oh, I accidentally left it on. I didn't stop it. But that's okay. That might be a good thing. Is there an echo? Do you hear an echo? Let me check to see if my audio is coming through 2 places. I don't see my audio doubling. No echo? Okay. If you refresh, Krieg, if you refresh, I'm sure it's a Twitch thing. I'm sure it's a Twitch thing. Alyssa, thank you, friend. Yadding, appreciate you. No echo. Okay. No echo, but also no dots. Yeah, why is it taking up so much of my CPU right now? That's so weird. Goat, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, man. Orb? Did you see an orb? Oh, I wasn't looking. Hold on. Let me do a quick little scanny scan. Oh, it's throwing stuff. No, just Josh and you. Can we get a ban on Srosh, please? Nothing. All right, let's go back up. Get you. We're gonna hope that it touches like the winder. Hopefully it touches the winder. We'll be live tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. On Sunday I will be. No, Saturdays I'm never live unless there's like random time that all the family's away or something like that. I had my run. You did good, kid. You did good. Is that a 5er? Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize my cam was still up top, by the way. Totally forgot. Ew. Oh, it's so close. That was 1.0. 0.1. Okay. That was aggressive, broski. No phalanges. Okay, give me this back. I get it. You're EMF 5. Shut up. Plans tomorrow? Hanging out with the fam, man. Hanging out with the fam. Wife and I have already purchased our tickets to go and see Beetlejuice. We're not going to see it when it releases. We're going to wait a day or two. That way it's not so crazy. But that was a must. That was an absolute must. That's going to be our date night. What's up, Ricardo? All right, I'm not seeing freezing right now. Okay. No freezies? Let's try you. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? God, I can't tell if it's working. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
Far from.
I had to double tap. I had to double tap Windows, and it was fine. Okay. So EMF 5 and Spirit Box. So salt. Okay. We'll get some salt. Check for a wraith. Are you gonna see the Sonic movie when it comes out? Possibly. I know the kids want to see it. Is this a new map? It's been out for a bit. When did Point Hope get released? How long has it been now? It's absolutely the newest map, but it's been out for a little bit now. Hi, Kyle. Oh, hey, how are you? Month or two? Has it been 2 months? Has it been 2? Corrupt, thanks for the follow. How are you? Maybe less. It feels like it's been 2 months. I could go back and look at either my first video of it, or I could look at the Steam stuff. July, I think it came out. Okay. If it was July, let's just say it was early July, then yeah, beginning of July. So almost 2 months. Damn. It's already been almost 2 months. All right, let's get a smooge. Let's get that. So if it's you know what? Let's get this guy right here. Right here. Josher, hello. I'm wrong. June. Oh, end of June. So it has been 2 months. Oh shit. Okay. Gotcha. Kyle, thank you, man. Thank you for the duck. June 25th. Okay. Well, there you go. Over 2 months ago. All right. Let's get... That wasn't you. Did I like somehow double tap that? That was weird. You know, an event where it walks to me would be really nice right about now. Found one of the videos last night trying to learn some things about the game. Love the content. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. I hate that every time when I switch to that, it gets all 8-bit and then it decides to load all the textures. Bothers me. Bothers me. Right, there's a very high probability this is a wraith. Escape and crucifix, huh? I didn't even see what the cursed object was. I didn't even try to look. Looking like a wraith? Yeah, probably. My buddy just bought me this game. Any tips? Find out where your hiding spots are, Damien. Oh, the circle. Oh, yeah. Oh no. Oh, that's dangerous. Oh, that's dangerous. Because if I go up there to do it and it teleports to me. Yikes, Scoob. I mean, I could just risk it for the biscuit. I mean, what are the odds that it would happen, right? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What's up, guys? Is that lower tier salt better than tier 3? I like it because it doesn't change the speed of the ghost. That's why I prefer it. Hey, Cosmo. You know what I might do instead? Give me this. Running. Nice. I completed Point Hope. I dislike it so much because if your ghost room is the top floor, it's over. It's not over. It's just annoying. It's just tedious having to take things all the way up top and bring them all the way, you know. I mean, and then going all the way back down. It's not, by no means is it impossible. It's just annoying. What about the smudge? This is tier 1. Again, same thing. I use these because it doesn't change the speed of the ghost. Yeah. Use motion sensor. I could, Sam. My goal was to, my goal is to do this so that I could hopefully check without going back to the truck. Did you cut the power, you piece of trash? Oh, you did. Hey. I mean, if it hunted, I'm pretty sure that was just a hunt. Not a gin. No, definitely not. Alyssa, thank you, friend. Does tier 2 smudge change the ghost speed too? Yeah. It's hunting right now. I need to come back downstairs. Yeah, the odds of this being anything else are extremely low. Now, it 100% touched the stairs right here, so then you can go look. Salt hasn't been stepped in. 1,000,000% a wraith. There we go. Bang. Bang. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, an elevator would be super nice. Oh, wait. Almost forgot my sausage. Hi, Joe. I swear to God, if it teleports to me right now and hunts, I'm going to be a little upset. Okay, we're good. Not worried about a perfect game on this one. This one, you just wanted to figure out the ghosty. Just warm up a little bit. That's all. Did you save Bruce? No! And it just turned the power off again. Ugh. But maybe, you know, maybe Bruce wants to hang out. I saved a sausage. Is that good enough? Hey, Meg, how are you? So for the mimic, can it mirror every ghost or only certain ones? It can mimic any ghost. Any ghost. Did you do the whole ferryman of the drown thing? Yep. 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 All the tinks. Did all the tinks. Fine. Fine. You know what? Fine. 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 You want to play this game? Fine. Fine. Wait, do I need this? I have a smudge. We're good. Fine. You got a puppy today? Oh, that's awesome. What kind of a doggo did you get? Can it mimic evidence? No. No, it can't. The mimic cannot fake evidence. So it won't give you dots. It won't give you EMF 5. It won't give you writing. Border Terrier mix. Oh. A mimic cannot mimic a mimic? Yes, it can. So yeah, so maybe we don't say Flash is cap. Maybe we start speaking the truth. Ever thought about that one? That sounds like a good time. Maybe we do that instead. Hi, Bruce. Here, I leave that for there. Davey, thank you for the biddies. I think that would be a cool ad. No, that would be awful. If the mimic could mimic evidence, if it could mimic other evidence, you would never know if you have a mimic or not. The only way to know would be if it decides to change what ghost it is and become another one and mimic different evidence too. Again, no, that would be too much. That'd be too much. How do you figure it out? Wait. continually find more evidence over and over and over again. But yeah, that would be too much. That would be awful. I love the mimic. I would hate it if that's what it did. Yeah. Come on, Bruce. Can't you determine a mimic by getting 4 evidence instead of 3? Yeah, but what happens when you're on a no evidence run? What happens if you're on a one? What happens if you're on a 1 evidence run? Yeah. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Damn right. All right, got you. Got you. Got you. See if it's this map that's freaking driving Phasmo nuts. Find one of every single piece of evidence. Yeah.
Welcome back. We want some jobs ready for you.
Really, at this point, after level 100, XP doesn't mean squat if you plan on prestiging. Yeah. You just wait. But see, that's the problem. You're just sitting there waiting, hoping that it changes into another ghost so you can check for that. And then you have to recheck for every piece of evidence to see which one it would possibly be, because it would have changed which evidence it was at that point. That would be terrible. No, that would be awful. Are you at max prestige? No. No, 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 no. I'm at 12. You can do 20. You can prestige 20 times. Yeah. Nowhere close. Okay. You ever experienced a mimic that mimicked the same ghost for a couple of hunts? Yep. Sure have. About to ask if there's a cap. Yeah, prestige 20, level 9,999 is your cap. That's literally your level cap that you can be. Yeah. Mayor's a Phasmo god? I know. We know. We're aware. We know. All right. Amateur time. Amateur time. Did it trick you? No, that wasn't a mimic. It was a wraith. Oh, you mean the other ghost? No, it did, because I stayed to try and figure it out, which means I extended the hunt an extra like 20 to 30 minutes because I was waiting for it to change speed or give me something different. Yeah. Got your license today. Nice. It was a wraith. It was a wraith. Yeah. It was a wraith. It was. All right. Man, I don't know what is going on and why it's being so heavy over there, but okay, I'm going to close things down on the talk side because it's just being extremely heavy. The studio app sucks so much. I hate it. I hate it. It just is so heavy. It uses so many resources. But yeah, well, I'll probably be back on there tomorrow though. Yeah, I'll be back on there tomorrow. All right, let's close that. What I don't want is my computer to start lagging. Dude, it's Sparkle. It's being so annoying. Yeah. Okay, so this is now going to be our second attempt at the all difficulty tier 1 challenge. Our first attempt was taken out by a bug. There is a voice bug in the game right now. When you tap your global chat, your voice becomes active all the time, even if you're on push to talk. So I could just redo the Apocalypse 3 again and say like it was a bug, but I'd rather do it cleanly all the way through. So we're gonna do it again, and hopefully things go well. So let's see what we can do. We do start on Willers and we start on Amateur. Willers, Amateur. We're going to try our best. Emmy, thank you for the 7 months. Midnight, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How are we doing this? How are we doing, amazing friend? We're doing good. How are you, Emmy? Okay. Let's rock. All tier 1. Should be a blast. Should be fun. Should be good. There it is. Just take it in. Just take it in. This is where we live. Okay. Emma Bishop, we need to escape crucifix and motion sensor. So the moment that we open the front door, that 5-minute timer will start. And the ghost cannot hunt no matter what for the 5 minutes. So we need to find out where Ghosty is. Find out where it is. Unknown, hello. Ever play with followers? Yeah, I'm going to have a viewer day here soon. Very, very soon. We do have power already because it's amateur. Tis a perk. Was that in here? Or is that, am I getting that through the wall? There's nothing for it to throw there. It had to be over there. Yeah? Or did it here? Read a book or something? Yeah, it sounded like it. Oh, you know what it could have been? It could have been one of these. It could have been that. Sanguis, thank you for the 5 subs. But let's look at our temps. Oh, thank you for the subs, friend. My temps are not going down in here. Let's check out here. I'll sit in the light so we don't lose any of our sanity. I mean, really, I don't need to do this. I think it's here. I think it's there. So I'm going to leave that on and let's go do stuff. Is the book always flat like that? That's a fantastic question because I don't know if it actually is. I don't pay enough attention to that book. Yeah, I don't pay enough attention. Sangrias, thank you. All right, let's get Camerato. Let's get dots and book. 327. I mean, with it snowing outside, hopefully we could find it faster. Hopefully we could find it faster. We definitely heard a shrow. Are you here, Brett? You might not be. Temps are going down. And they're not. Okay. I think it is here. Temps are coming back up here. Nothing is moved in here. Temps are going back up. Yeah. Pretty sold. Yep. But it has stopped doing things. Here, do you want stuff to play with? Here, I'll give you toys. I know that's not going to be helpful if it's writing, because less things near the book means it could have a better chance of writing in the book, but I want to test for an EMF5. Toys! CJ said on release the tier 1 thermo being random wasn't too bad, but I've seen it jump all over the place. Yeah, again, I'm still... You can't convince me to be a fan of it jumping instead of just being slower. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Cruci, motion sensor. Bring all this stuff in there. We need to check for UV while we're at it, too. Here, let's do this. The time... Still got a minute 30 on that. Good lord. Good lord. Last sunlight, hello. I have not heard it since that first interaction. They need help with their homework. Are you a shade? Where are you?
From behind.
Ooh. It threw that right on top of me. Definitely not. Oh, imagine. Okay. That was unnecessary. Imagine we actually have a Pulte and I'm accidentally making a Pulte pile. Imagine. is the Pulte evidence? Ultraviolet. Oh. Hey, touch the door. Give me UV. Make it go boom. Do it. Damn it. I was so excited. Hey, jerkhole. Try to steal our power. All right, so it's not UV. So sad. We have spirit box. Possibly freezing. I didn't see orbs. Check for... Yeah, shut up. It's so close to freezing. It's so close. It was down at 0. Why is it going up? Just go down, please. Oh my God. I just want to know what the ghost is. Oh, the random is so stupid. I hate it. We're getting teased. Yeah, it's just going back and forth, back and forth. My guess is that it's not freezing, but... Because you notice how it gets down to 1 and then it bounces back up? Was it possible dottage? Possible dootskis? Or was that my breath? No, it was absolutely dots. Dio-chan. Escape crucifix and motion sensor. Roger that. It's... Oh, I don't need a photo of you. Here, Granny, you want to watch some TVs? All right. I'm back. Shut up for a second. Yeah, for just a sec. But we absolutely saw it there when I turned back around, so we're good. We're Gucci. We need all of these because we got to get some photos. We got to get some photos. Chance for the Diosphere box? Yeah. Yeah. Go. Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna place them all right here. There we go. Walkies and heavy breathing. That's right. All of its favorite things. So we'll get the photo camera, the motion sensor, and I'm going to get the other crucifix. We needed to eat the crucifix. So the range sucks. Let's get them both in there. Anthony, the only thing that you can't see equipment-wise whenever my camera's down like this, basically is like the thermometer, the tier 3, but I have a remedy for that. If I ever want to show it, I can just do that. Yeah. It just... Let's go find the bone. I just checked the book. It's always flat. Okay. Hi, Queen. Maybe a ghosty photo in the dots? But it has to be a 3-star. Maybe I don't worry about the ghosty photo. Maybe we don't stress the ghosty photo. You beautiful soul. All right, let's do... How old are you? Goodbye. 77. Okay. There's 3 photos. We'll have 6 from the salt, and then we'll have 1 from the bone. Does it like chips? Right. I don't think I saw the bone up here anywhere. I don't think so. I wasn't looking too much. Blood sample. Hi, homie. Probably gonna be basement. Queen, how was your day? How was your night? Listen, if you for some reason have drained my sanity by like 50% and you hunt me and you trap me, I'm gonna be real mad. Skull in the basement? All right. Oh, sorry, we can loop-de-loop there if we have to. Went to an all-you-can-eat sushi to celebrate the promotion. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, no skull. Sorry. Try again. Try again. Sorry. Hey, did you walk in this yet? Oh, come on. Really, homie? Oh, thanks. It listened. 2 more. I do not need a ghost photo, right? Crucifix and escape. Okay. Crucifix, escape. So we're going to place 1 there. We're going to take the other one and put it there. That will hopefully do it. Is that a bug? Is what a bug? What happened? What? Or you mean an actual bug? Is there a bug in here? Do I need to get rid of a bug? Oh, stop it. The photo spam. No, I have stacked salt. I have 6 things of salt in one place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower my sanity so that way we're within hunting range. I don't want to break the board. Where are you? How old are you? Goodbye. Might be enough. I don't want to break it. Yahtzee. Now I want to break it. Now I want to break it. I guess I don't need to. I'll just put this over here with me so it doesn't hunt directly on top of me. That's fine. Oh, she blows. By not doing a cursed hunt, then the hunt will be shorter. So we'll get out of here faster. We just have to escape. That's it. Love last Fridays. I'm going to go to the truck and the ghost is going to slam the front door. I know. Stupid URA. Even though it did the ability 8 times that day, it still sucked. Still no fun. Hi, Twig. So if you ask too many questions, if you're if you ask too many if you ask certain questions, your sanity drops. Certain ones drop your sanity more. And if your sanity gets to 0, the board will break. Hey, Blake, what's up? Amateur enemy. This is amateur. This is the start of our run. Why is it taking so long? We're within hunting range. There's no reason it should not hunt right now. 0 reason. I'm gonna have to do it though. Hide and seek. I'm just tired of waiting. You sack of shit. I cut the breaker the second I started the hunt. Come on, Grandma. Let's go back to the light. How dare you? Wow, that was a really short hunt. Okay. All right, there we go. Amateur. I don't need anything else, Grandma. I did walk her. Do you see what she just did? I'm going to rub her nose in it. Bad Grandma. Bad Grandma. All right. Nice. Amateur done.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Dio, what a way to start. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. 77-year-old grandma. Aw. Alrighty. On to intermediate, which is putting us... Ooh, Camp Woodwind. Camp Woodwind is an interesting one for sure. I need my plushies attack hoodie ASAP. They're so comfy, man. They're so comfy. Withering, thank you for the 13 months. If I missed you, friend, I'm so sorry. Goofball, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. All right, intermediate Camp Woodwind. Let's rock. Hopefully we can do this one lickety split. Let's do this one lickety split.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare
What
accordingly
up, Joe?
before starting the
Cleanse
investigation.
25 and capture a photo. Yippee
Copy
skippy.
intel. Looks like this is going to be a tough one.
I'm gonna take this, this, and this. My goal here is to hopefully find Ghosty early, like it just shows up in front of us and I get a photo fast. Look forward to the Halloween stuff. Yes. Word again. Does the voice briefing matter? No. No, you don't have to pay attention to it. All right, we've got our juice. Ghosty. 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 Blood sample. What is wrong with you? All the bone. Bang. Shido, thank you for the gigantic emote. What is it that makes Twitch chat so much cooler than YouTube chat? Who said that Twitch chat was cooler than YouTube chat? I don't think YouTube chat would appreciate that very much. Right, YouTube chat? What did I hear? Nope, we don't. Ghost, where you at? It sounded like it knocked on wood, but I have no EMF reading anywhere. Cassidy, thank you for the 6 months. Hello. I could use the board, but I don't want to do that. Not if I don't have to. It's doing diddly squat. Joe Cordero. Hello. Joe, what do you know? Are you taking a poo up? No. We're just not here today, huh? All right. Red tent could be. Might have to use the board. Oh, who said red tent? Get out of here. Why are there shoes all over the place? And Ghosty still hasn't shown up, which is super unfortunate. I know you said it was a guess, but listen, the guess that leads us to the right answer, I'm okay with. That's fine by me. Hey, Frank. Misfire, hello. Let us check our temps. Sanity, oh, we're perfectly fine. Unless it's not, well, you know what I mean. We should probably bring one of these just in case. We're not that far away. Let's do this. Me, I said it. Any orbicals by chance? No? Okay. I'd like to see seeing the breath would be nice. Temps are going down though. If it's a demon, you're not fine. I do have a smudge though. I grabbed one just in case. Oh, hey, how are you? Ew. Hi, Eric. How are you? Your plushie's attack shirt came in today. Let's go. All right. So the ghost farted on us. We know that it's not an Oni. We know that it's not an Oni. We can bring that in there. We can bring this in there. 77. We don't need you to hunt yet, so we're fine. Let's take one of those guys. Noni. That's right. Noni. How far do these dots reach? Buzz, buzz. Damn. All right. Shit. I hear you. Relax. Oh, shit. Jin, Goryo, Obake, Myling. Oh, spicy. Oh, spicy. Checking for a Goryo. Sounds like a mare. That is not what it sounds like. Come on. Do the ting. Do the ting. I'm not in your room. I'm nowhere near you. It might be a Jinn. Wait, give me you. Oh, this is going to be so tough to hear. Oh, Jesus. Myling, Obake, Goryo, Jin. Cool story, bruh. Myling, Obake, Goryo, Jin. Another paw print. That's the third clue. Where's my Thurman Erminer? Did I leave that in there? I did, yeah. Didn't I drop one in? Oh, no, I dropped it out here. Ah, it's out here. Check for fingerprints because of Obake. Yeah, exactly. If we do have freezing, it would be a Jinn. Hey, it's the Thurman Erminer. Quiet, Sarash. It's not a mare. Jin, Goryo, Obake, Myling. So, orbs, dots, writing, freezing. Derpy, welcome in. It wants to go lower, but it's really just bouncing around. Which is why I keep checking this. Do I have a book in there? I do not. Oh, maybe that's our problem. Oh. It hasn't turned off the gen. It has not turned off the gen. Is it true that Obake does not leave always fingerprint? It always gives foot. No, it can choose to not leave footprints as well. I didn't realize I didn't have a book in there. People are Woodwind. We are on Woodwind. We are on Woodwind. Vertex! What up, home skillet? Thank you so much for the tier 1. How are you doing? Hey, how are you? Hey, Super, I'm good. Hey, Justin, what's up, dude? No, I turned it off, Otter. It's just, it's using so many resources. It's really difficult to do multiple things at the same time. Jesus. Put that there. You like there for now. Yeah. You can do that. Do what? Let's go check her sanity real quick. 89. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, see, this is a way you can set up different things so you don't even have to be losing your sanity inside of the map or risking a hunt. If you want to just wait in the truck, you absolutely can. We're just going in here to breathe so I can get a drink. The ultraviolet, yeah. Spitfire, what up, dude? Come on, Ghost. Give us an Obake print. Touch the flap and then give us no handprint. Anything. I'm about to... I want to make you hunt, kind of. But at the same time, I don't. Because we need more of these. So actually, you know what? No, let's do this. It threw the book? Oh, you think it did? Let's go check. It's a strong-ass dot pen. I appreciate if you guys could stop gaslighting me. Thanks. Appreciate it. Love you. All right. Cleanse 25 and capture a photo. Capture a photo. You think you saw it go through the dots? No, 100% didn't. Oh, now it turns off the power. What a jerk. We're going to take a shot. Nice. What a jerk. Shut up. All right. I need a ghost photo. I'm gonna go get the flashlight. It's a little gas between friends. Okay. All right. All right. If you take a picture of the ghost, but there's no photo left, it does not cross off the objective. That's correct. Which is why I stopped taking photos. I could sit inside of the tent with the light on. Joe Cordero. Hello. I have a Ouija board, so unfortunately, it's going to turn into a salt pick. I know. I need to like maneuver myself around the ghost so it doesn't do that. Shh. But if I go back here and it events, it's going to event probably closer to me. Don't you son of a bitch. Oh, what? How'd you turn that light off? I know it was an airball vent, but it did it over here. I assumed it would have grabbed that switch, not this one. Unless it got them both at the same time. Hey, Taylor. Got an idea what ghost it is. Yeah, we know what ghost it is. I need a ghost photo. So I'm trying to get Ghosty to event in physical form away from the tent so it doesn't become a salt photo. So now we wait. I could bring the other crucifix in Because getting our sanity below 25 is fine. I could just use the Ouija board for that. But we don't want it to hunt right now. We don't want it to hunt. And it really loves touching the tent. If you couldn't tell. I'm not answering. Hey, Spaghetti. Let's... Couldn't even see it. Shot in the dark. Had to do it. But you know what, though? It says get a ghost photo. It doesn't say get a 3-star ghost photo. How many salts do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 more. Hey, Minnie, how are you? All right. Got my smudge just in case. 3 stars. Yes, yes, yes. All right. 25 and cleanse. Let's go get another smooge. Watch CJ change the objective. No. No, he would have such a riot on his hands if he did that. Oh. I don't need you to eat a crucifix, so I'm not really worried about that. 25 and cleanse. 25 and cleanse. Let's try this instead. Okay. What we're gonna do. Put that there. Put you here. Pixie, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Monty, how are you? Came from the tubes. Welcome in, homie. Appreciate you. All right, so what we're gonna do. Where are you? How old are you? Goodbye. All right. Num num time. Hope it was delish. Then we come over. We give it a nice little smooge. There's our objectives. There's our ghost. There's our photos. We got the bone and we leave. Don't need to worry about wasting time waiting for a hunt because it is unnecessary. Dirty water objective coming back when? I mean, listen, if they want to add it back, that's fine. It's going to be a tough one to get, but I would still be cool with it. It'd be fine. All right. There we go. There we go. And yes, in case you were wondering, you can get the ghost objective without having a ghost photo in the journal. Once you get the ghost photo, if it's a 1-star or a 2-star, you can just delete the photo and then you're fine.
Welcome back.
So,
There's some jobs ready for you.
miling. Perfect. Done. Intermediate. On to the next. On to the next. Maybe if it was only, well, that, I mean, yeah. That's not a bad idea. Like on maps where it's more likely for a ghost to give you dirty water, making it so that objective only shows up. I like the idea of map specific events or map specific objectives. I like that. That could be cool because I think you could come up with some cool stuff. Oh, Ouija really don't like me. I always need to ask a few times to get one answer. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sometimes the voice recognition can be a pain in the butt. Pain in the butt. All right. On to our pro game. In the pro game, Sunny Meadows. Sunny Meadows. Boom, 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 boom. How do you do it on the map selection? Oh, this is a OBS overlay. This is an OBS overlay, and then I just have each one of those as a separate source that I can move around. That's all those are. That's it. It's just a visual representation so you guys can see where I'm going next. That's all. Phasmophobia, what's up, dude? How we doing? How are you, homie? Daddy Wags, thank you for the gifted. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. So now we are on to professional and we are on to Sunny Meadows. And that means 2-hour bone sesh unless it spawns right in the front. Minnie, thank you for the follow. You guys are trying for the apocalypse trophies. Any suggestions? You know, this is a really weird piece of advice. I would really suggest going and watching Nuka Dave. The reason I say that, I know that earlier today, he was giving somebody like a apocalypse trophy like lesson, like talking them through the apocalypse run. I would highly suggest watching it back to get some tips on how to do it, because they successfully did it. Yeah. Gma, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate you. Wriggles, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the subs, friends. Currently, I can't get the voice recognition to work in multiplayer. It sucks. I can't use the Spirit Box Ouija. I would report it. Make sure you report it to the Phasmo Discord. Just managed to get the bronze trophy. Nice. Nice. Most people run Apocalypse until they get a Dio. Whatever works, man. Hey, Dio Chan makes life easier. Let her rip. Let her rip. Ghosty Pickle. Good evening. All right. On to Sunny Meadows. Let's go. Manifesting easy bone location. Please.
Check the equipment.
I beggeth
Get
thee.
set up before investigating.
Oh, Georgia. Motion, firelight, and event. Okay. Event can be a pain in the butt. Maybe. I guess it just depends. We'll see where we are. What's up, Tay? Does anyone know when Phasmo comes out on console? Yeah. Yeah, the Halloween event this year. Around that time. What's up, Oscar? Okay, so... Ooh, power's right there in the front. That is glorious. All right, we're going to go take this, this, and this. We're going to go... see what our cursed object is. Ding. Might as well check while we're here, yeah? Because imagine it's just right here. Don't you dare manifest a Ure to me. Unless it's at the front door, then yes, please. Oh, wait. Why did it sound like a double switch? There's nothing. Okay. That was weird. That was really weird. Hi, Evie. You okay, fam? No, I thought I heard, as I flipped this switch, I thought I heard another switch. It was weird. That was really strange. Oh, gross. It's the cards. Freaking out. You are freaking out. Man. Siren's Deadliest Song. Thank you for the 21 months. Man. Do you think tier 1 needs a rework because it's weak? No, I mean, it should be weak. It shouldn't be overpowered. The whole point of tier 1 being weak is making you want to upgrade your equipment, right? PJ, what's up, man? Okay, so I think we're going to have to start just searching. We're just going to have to start searching, I think. Now, here's the issue with a tissue. I think what I'm going to need to do... I'm grabbing a smudge. I have trust issues. All right. I'm going to bring this and throw it at the door because life, and we're going to grab one of these. Would a hangman card force you to start over? That is correct. Absolutely would. Yeah, if I draw a hangman card, that's all she wrote. ambiance. Not if you get the high priestess first. That's true. We're going to try it like this. To speed things up a bit. If I shut all the doors. Then if we come back around and we hear something, then we know. So far, I've heard nothing. We'll go across to the other side, and then I'll make my way downstairs. I like the cards when it's multiple people. I don't like the cards solo. I'm not a fan of the cards when I'm having to play solo. Nothing so far. Hiding. Okay. So much more fun in multiplayer. Yeah. 1,000,000%. I swore I heard something different. That was weird. Anything weird in here? Hey. So we can't hear the EMF in this, but we can hear this though. Hi, Peggy. All right. To play it safe, I'm going to go back and check what my sanity is just from roaming these two halls. Think it's going to be one of the other brutal rooms? Yeah, could be. Did you just shut off my power, you piece of trash? Yes, you did. Should be able to hear EMF. Oh, yeah, 1,000,000% yes. Well, you're not a djinn. Good to know. Let's check our sanity. It's not that bad. That's not that bad. Okay. Just to be safe, I might even take something. Take one at least. Just to be safe. Okay. Strasha's going to summon the mayor. Look, as long as we know what it is, I don't care. Fine. Downstairs we go. I'm more worried about finding the ghost right now than I am about finding the bone. Let's go this way. I am for you, damn. Goo. Sorry, I had to do it. Nothing's moved in here. Okay. Maybe it is on the other side. We've heard jack shite. Hey, Macy. Heard nothing. Okay, that doesn't count. That's ambient. Davey, we're trying. Might as well look for the bone while we're here. Might as well look. When's the next stream? On Sunday. Turn that off. I don't want to pop the breaker. Ooh, quiet padded room. I thought I saw the bone for a second. You son of a bitch. It popped the breaker anyway. What a jerk. F it. Going dark. Bravo 6. Bravo 6 going dark. It might not even be back here. It might be in the kitchen. Ghost, please. Is that normally there? Oh, ghost. I feel like there's extra bandages everywhere. I feel like shit's all over the place. Okay. Oh, ambient, you son of a bitch. Come on. Dude. There's no way. That's upside down, right? What? It is all the way in the morgue. And I still have to find the bone. Yeah, son of a bitch. Have we checked these rooms? I don't think I did. I kind of want to check them. We might as well on our way through, man. We might as well. F it. Tower bone hunt. Shut your butt. All of you, hush. We haven't even been over in the kitchen area. Imagine it's in the ghost room. Please don't kill me. Dude, is this a Pulte? Shit is everywhere. cool if there was a card that showed where the room was. That'd be kind of sick. Stuff was everywhere in that room. Okay. So now we have to start being a choo-choo train. Can the ghost throw an object and accidentally hide the bone? Technically, yes. Because if it throws something on top of the bone that's large enough to cover the bone, then it could technically hide it. Let's see if it's here. No. No. We're going to go check our sanity, and then I'm going to, I think, go walk over near the kitchen and stuff. I think that's the idea. Oh, I think we're okay to take a lap. I think we're good. I think we're okay. The haunted mirror to be hated. Yeah. Well, I don't even know how you would show that card, right? I mean, I could double check the chapel. We haven't even looked. I mean, I saw the cards, and then I think we kind of dipsy-doodled out of there. Okay, no bone. No bone. All right, let's start making our way around. Start making our way downtown. If I were a bone, where would I be? Eh? Eh? Please be over here somewhere. Please. I really beg you. This room always makes me think of Beetlejuice. Boiler room. Nothing. Hey, you out here? I'll come. Oh, you son of a bitch. I saw this line here and thought that was the jawbone. I was like, God damn it. I got so excited. I got so excited for no reason. Literally no reason. Can it be outside? It can be in the courtyard. Yep. It can be anywhere that the ghost can walk. That's where it's supposed to be. It's where it's supposed to be. It's not necessarily where it always lands, but the bone teleports to the last room that you check. Bugga, bugga, bugga. Like between the wall and the dryer. Exactly. Hi, Mr. Kill. Guys, go follow the amazing Mr. Kill. Mr. Killium. Okay, still got juice. Hey, Switch. What's up, lad? How's the challenge? It's all right. We're on Sunny Meadows looking for the bone. So, you know how that goes. You know how that goes. Yep. Looking for the bone. We know where the ghost is. The problem is that Ghosty is all the way in the morgue. So, RNG was a little shite to us on that one. A little shite. Imagine it spawned in that hole and I can't get it. I'd be so pissed. Tips for Phasmo, tips for tier 1 gear. Get out of it as fast as you can. The tier 1 gear, it can definitely be rough. Do not live in this realm for as long as you need to. Party child, what up, homie? Challenge is good. We're looking for the bone. Which, I mean, I guess technically it could be in the female wing, because I don't think I actually looked in the rooms of the female wing, did I? I think we just shut the doors. Okay, still got juice. But yeah, we're spending most of our time right now looking for the bone. I should be trying to figure out what the ghost is, but I just have a sneaky that it's actually a Polty. Because stuff was everywhere in that room. What up, Will? All right. Got a bunch of soaps. Let's go see if we need to help out Stepbone. Are you stuck, Stepbone? No. How's it going? It's good. Just doing some laundry. Don't mind me. Stuck in the back rooms? Yeah, it might be. It could be. Nothing? All right. Son of a bitch. Some of these textures, I don't even know what the hell they're supposed to be. It's so weird. Look in the last place first. I thought I did that. Did I not do that? It's gonna be like a fucking, it's gonna be like a massive like spine or something stupid. Let's do a quick sweep of the outside. Do a quick sweep. Foot, female wing? All right. I hear you. Loud and clear. Oh, it's a leaf. Got excited. Hey, Kermit, what's up, man? Like, look at this shit. Come on. This isn't even fair. It's just basically cheating at this point. Okay. See nothing. Oh, it keeps freezing. Oh no. Sorry, Crystal. Imagine if this was a Dio though and it just like found us. Nothing here. God. I think I need to blink. I am Kermit, yeah. I is. Well, thank you for the biddies. You bitch. You know what? I'm gonna get the power over here. Why not? Might as well. Watch, I'm gonna see it on the way back. It's RNG, man. Sometimes sometimes it's in your favor, sometimes it's not. The time you wish the cursed item was a Ouija board. I know. We're not that lucky. I know. It's all right. We're working for it. We're earning our keep. We're earning our keep. Well, thank you for the message effect. Love the streams. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you. I know these bone scavenger hunts are just what the doctor ordered, but you know. Holy message highlight. The pray is that it's not under something like this, because guess what? It could be. Forgot you to start completely over. Yeah. Yeah. We would have been done this already, but well, you know. You know, sad times. Advice for playing larger maps like high school and such, I really struggle. Parabolic microphone is super helpful. It is super, super helpful. We're joking. No, I guess not. Not at this pace. There it is. Oh, you sweet, sweet nectar. We're going to grab a photo of it. We're going to grab a photo of it. We've got bone. We've got bone. Did you get power again, you piece of trash? Stop it. What's the time on that? Ooh, an hour? Ay, ay, ay. Any difference between taking a bone photo and picking it up? I mean, you need to pick it up for it to count, but if you don't want to have to run back and get a camera, you can just pick it up. Our sanity right now. Ooh, we're close to hunting. I kind of want to let it at this point. It does like to turn the breaker off. That is for sure. Because we might be able to save ourselves some time and find out what it is without having to even... No, it's not. Without even having to bring anything in. But we do need to get photos. So I can get at least 2. Not hunting yet. Okay. We'll go to bone first. Because it might shut me in here, and that's okay if it does. Is it this one? Make sure it counts. Fuse. Thank you for the follow. Hole, welcome in. Okay, no hunty yet. Run. Okay. Hey, Guinea. What up, Tech? All right, there's 2. So 6 salt. That's 7, 8. So we would still need 2 more. Watch you really have a DO. I mean, it's not... Has my sanity dropped below 50? It's not hunting yet. I mean... I'm getting in hunting range 1,000,000%. Bye, Eric. Maybe we see what happens. You start hunting at 40, right? Yeah. So I'm going to sit here. If it is, that would be so good. What evidence do we have? Nothing. We spent the last 20 to 30 minutes looking for a bone. If it is a Dio, it's going to come flooring it to here. Please. Sag. Last Odin, hello. Okay. So then the real question is, what sanity was I when it hunted me? Car! What up, Rand? I'm doing good. Gonna stop, thank you. So I was probably close to 40. It doesn't look like I'm going below 40 though. And it's not a Dio. It's definitely not a Dio. What's a shade hunt? A shade hunt is even lower, right? Had a great day off celebrating Mini Car's birthday. Aw. Yeah, it's 35. Yeah, it's way lower. So there's no way it would have been a shade. Not a Dio. And nothing else hunts that low. Maybe just a stupid patient ghost. Like, waiting. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. This is the new plan. This is the new plan. What up, Junior? Lazy demon. Oh my God, imagine. Freaking imagine. We need to get our sanity as high as possible. So I want to see how many it takes to get up that high. Do I need you? Maybe not. Maybe I save it. Oh yeah, 98. Okay, we're going to save it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take the salt to the ghost room. Now, if I take all these, we're going to have to go in the DAC. We're going to have to tango in the DAC. So we're not going to be able to see. But I need to do it, though. So this is going to be interesting. Here. That. What I could also do here, let's do this. Let's do this. Maybe a mayor. I don't know. I mean, I'm still kind of sold on a Pulte just from what we saw the room in, like the condition in which we saw the room. The room had shit all over the place. All over the place. We're on pro, Car. We are on pro. I think it's gonna be a mimic. I mean, it's possible. All right, so all the salt is there. We are still at a good sanity. That's perfect. So now I threw the other one inside. Okay. Now what I can do, I could also use this to prevent sanity drain too. My kind of run. All right. What did I do with the other crucifix? That's the next question. What did I do with it? It's right there in front of me. There it is. All right. Ding. Oh, wait. I didn't grab the matches. I spammed threw everything to the ground and never picked them back up. There we go. Be important. A little bit. So it'll help retain sanity a little bit in between the DAC places. So we need motion, firelight, and event. Okay. So we need this firelight anyway. Did you recently prestige? No, I'm actually waiting to prestige. Bug. Ooh, there's a photo. I see cold breath. Ooh. There. There. Come on, blow it out. Come on. Blow it out. Let's go. No, so I'm above level 100 right now, so I could prestige, but I don't want to do that yet because we're gonna have a viewer day soon, and I want to be able to. Somewhat, you know, sugar daddy the games. All right. We're trying to be swift. We're trying to be swift. Will. Oh, thank you for the celebration, friend. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm getting stuck in everything. Your day when? I haven't decided on the day yet. It might be on Friday. Like next. It might be next Friday. Maybe I try here. Do I try there, you think? The fuck was that? Is that an event? Ghosty. Hello. I need you to blow this firelight out, please. Sushi, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome in. Hello. I can't see shit. Might take this with me and bring back another one. That way. There we go. Almost there. Yo, Meryl, thank you for the resub. Appreciate you, friend. Thank you guys for waiting through ads when we do these too. If I get stuck in the middle. Was that Friends? Was that Chandler? Salt is in place. Smudge is in hand. We go check our sanity. Royd, welcome in. We are still pretty rocking. So I'm going to grab this motion sensor. We're going to grab another firelight, and we're going to hopefully get it to do the ting. This time we'll wait. I need to bring the photo camera too, but we'll do that on our next round down. And I still have one more sanity that I can take as well. Really? I thought... There we go. Saves me a match. Follow football? Not really. I used to follow sports more. I just kind of stopped. Good girl Ghost. What up, homie? Oh, touched Nanor. I need you to walk over here. Specifically in this spot. Let's try there. Wraith. Oh my god, imagine. If it's a Wraith, it hasn't even teleported. It's definitely not been near us at any point. At any point. It did turn the sync off, though. This one. Okay, walked over there. Can't even see you. Nope, can't see shit. Hey, blow this out. Hey, blow that out. Please? Please? Oh, you walked in the salt. Love you. Hey, blow this out. Hello? Hello? Please just do it. I need you to blow this out, you stupid. Do you not like me being in there? Here, do it. Oh my god. Do you not want the lights on? Is that it? Are you nervous? To make you nervous? Georgia Myers. All right. Georgia Myers. Georgia. Georgia Myers. Hey, Georgia. Come here. Georgia. 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 Georgia, you in there? Hello? Georgia. Please just do the thing. Holy hell, dude. Has performance anxiety. Georgia. Oh my god. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm just gonna leave it and go away and hope that it just blows it out. Jesus Christ. What map is this? This is Sunny Meadows. It's not a shade, it's a tint. Is that Pam in the morgue? It is. Pajama Pam's taking a nap. The door where a body would be slowly opening is kind of creepy. Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, we have birthday candles down here for her, but no. If she won't blow out the firelight, there's nothing I can do. Imagine the run goes null and void because I can't get a firelight blowout. I'd be a little bit angry. A little bit angry. Has no social skills. Just needed space. All right, so the question is, do I take the other sand? I kind of think I do. Yeah, as weird as that sounds, I think I take the last one. Where is it? One of these is pick upable. All right, I take that guy. I take this. We go down. Get the photo. Spirit Ultra Writing. Okay. She did the firelight and she kicked the power off. Oh, what a jerk. She blew the firelight out because we left her alone. That's what it was. Ooh, you know what? I don't need a photo of the ghost. 6, that'll bring us to 8. If she keeps turning off the power, I could just take pictures of the power. Performance anxiety, yeah. All right, so we have salt. Also, all right, I hope this doesn't fail. Well, fuck that. Oh, it's the locker, but I don't know which one. Tom had that problem too? Yeah, fuck it. There's no place he can get higher than 2? F it. I'm not going to do it. 2 more photos. Did it just throw something? You know. If she threw something in here when the power was on. Look how much of that is left. That little sliver. Can I relight this? I just had to check. Okay, no. All right. It went out on its own. I had to check that way. Come on, ghost. F the dirty water. The dirty water can eat one. Touch the door. Yeet something. Through the matches. Did I? Oh, shit. Where'd I throw them? Oh, right there. Good call. Pancakes. Well, you're not Pam. What are you? Oh, you could be. I didn't even see what ghost model it was. So yeah, I don't know where the 3 stars for this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not about to try though. Didn't it hunt above 35? Yeah, it did. I can turn off the lights. Have it throw something that way. Oh, that's creepy as shit. Will, thank you for the bits. Was that this door? Or was that that? Feels like a Resident Evil 2 game. Problem like this is I can't see what it does. Damn. I need 2 more photos. I could go get the breaker because you know it's going to pop it at some point. I was really hoping it would make it obvious that it hits a door or something. How good would it be if you could take a selfie? It'd be pretty awesome. Oh, that was a fly. Definitely don't need that. It's unfortunately not messing with shit. It's not touching any of the doors. It already stinks in here. Please don't make it worse. Come on, ghost. But look at the tags. Look where the tags are. I can't even shut that one. Okay. We might have to leave this room. Unfortunate. Unless it wants to yeet the meat right there. Did it just vent all the way down the hall again? That's this ghost. Getting chased and getting ghost photo selfie. Oh, what a turd. Power's still on. Stupid. Stupid dirty water. Why didn't that count? I won't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. All right, now what we need is we need you to turn off the power. All right, kick it. Come on. Turn it off. Hopefully they implement character customization. They're going to allow you to do some aesthetics. Clothes and whatnots. Yeah, it's going to happen. What do I got to do to be a mod? Be in the stream very, very often, and I trust you. But yeah, you've been following for 20 minutes? So definitely a bit longer than that. Yeah. 20-minute follow is probably not enough to get mod. Just throwing that out there. If I go down there with equipment now, you've been subbed for multiple weeks, but why does it say that you've been following for 21 minutes? Were you gifted a sub? Let's see. Unless you unfollowed and followed back. Hey Splash, how are you? Asking what my favorite ghost is. Join. How do you get this? What games do you stream? Join. Getting warned by the mods to not repeat yourself. Yo, what's up? Next day. Yeah. So usually it's after a while that I look at modding people. Yeah. Angel, thank you for the Prime, friend. All right. Hey, Kat, I'm good. How are you? Girl, thank you for the follow. All right. 70% sanity. I don't know if it's enough for me to get equipment down there and not get hunted. If I think it's a Pulte, I could just kind of YOLO and take equipment in. Spirit box, ultraviolet writing. And try. Freaking try. But if I get hunted, I mean, it's probably game over. Probably game over. This is Apocalypse 3. No, this is professional where the ghost is as far away as humanly possible. Tier 1 run? Tier 1 run. Yeah. Don't ask to be mod. No, not usually. No, I don't know too many people that ask to be mod and actually get mod. Usually it's just one of those things. Someone trusts you and they ask if you would like to do it or if you'd be willing to do it. And then that's all she wrote. Just evented again. All right, now we need some door touchies. Oh God. Not gonna be able to see shit. Where are you? Are you near? Come on. Can't see fuck all. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Are you far? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Are you far? You know what I could do? I could just wait for the motion sensor to go off and we'll know that we're close. Did it shut the door all the way? It evented. We know that it evented because the lights turned off too. Oh God. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Are you far? Where are you? Are you near? I don't think so. Or I'm not getting it in the right spot. Could be either or. It is tier 1, so it does suck. Now we need a door touch. Okay. That answered that question. So it's not providing us UV. This is going to be tough. Davey, thank you for the gifted sub to Snow. Thank you so much, friend. Razzle, hello, Razzle, Dazzle. Oh, wrong way. far too much for most social things. No, you don't. You're fine. We all do it. We all do it. Rockhash, this is pro. This is on pro. It's just taking 15,000 years. That's all. Just trying to make sure that we don't, you know, lose life. So we didn't see this or this. It's 61% sanity. I could try more. Try our luck. I have a feeling it's going to be freezing. I got ghost balled, right? Can't be an Oni? Yeah. I think it ghost balled us. Yeah. Okay. So EMF. Let's see. Just by the power of deduction here. So look. So EMF, writing, orbs, dots. It could literally be any of those. Acting very shady. I don't know though. It's evented on us a few times. It evented on us in the same room. I'm kind of leaning that it's not a shade. I don't know. Did it hunt above 35 though? It did. It did. That's why we could probably just go ahead and cross it off. So we'd probably be looking at orbs and writing or dots. If we were just looking at playing Guess Who here, I think we would have orbs and then it would be either writing or dots. That's if we have freezing. If. That's a big old if. And we are getting awfully close to hunting. So what I could do, I could let my sanity drain to the point where we can hear it, hunt, and then we can listen to hear if it's a revenant or if it's a Ure. So we can get this down there, at least somewhat close. Too bad it's not touching. Well, it's nowhere near the front door, so it can't. Yeah, it can't touch the front door if it's not near it. So for now, I'm going to put you there, you just because life. We want to get a smudge down here. We want to get a smudge. Hoping it would use its ability. I know. I've had too many Ures lately, man. I've had way too many. 9-5 Gaming, what's up, dude? We are on pro, friend. We also still need 2 photos. But I feel like if we get within hunting, I have 2 crucifixes down there, so that is cruci photo possibility. I'm gonna go get another matchstick. Hoping it's a Revy. It's a super crisp bell. Crisp. No, yeah, it doesn't want to turn the power off now that we're sitting here. That'd be really, really nice. That'd be super, super cool. You know what? We'll do one and take the flashlight. Come on, dude. Please. It would really save us some time. Please. Please. Here, I'll call you. Power, please. Ghost. Anytime now. No? Alright, I hate you too. Ginger snaps, hello. I would use cards, but I know what would happen. If I use the cards, that would be the one time I get hanged, man. You know it. I know it. From what we've seen, we know it doesn't take requests. It doesn't seem very fond of them, no. No, it definitely does not. Okay. Well, we have a smooge on us just in case things go awry. How we doing? We're good. Just, you know, taking our time with this run. This one that's going to take over like an hour because we have to avoid death and figure out what the ghost is. Always have great luck with the cards. Okay. Okay. All right. So we can do a backup smudge. We can bring another flashlight down there in case it does cut power while we're there. If it's a Yuri, then it double touch the door. No, it can. It doesn't have to. It's not forced. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. See you, Balmore. I thought everything's always go exactly to plan. Okay. Tell that to the last APOC 3 run we did. All right. What are the chances that it's going to hunt? You know, what are the chances? What are the chances I have hiding? I mean, I could hide there. I think there's closer, though. What are the signs for the Yuri? The double touch is one of them, but again, when the Yuri touches the door, it doesn't have to do a double touch. Ooh. Ooh, little partition? Okay. Okay. Fuck your sink. Is that an orb? Did I just see an orb? Maybe not. Yes, I do. What? What just happened? I'm so confused. It like evented, but it didn't show up. No, Jitter, no. It was being really, really weird. And it's eating my freaking, my CPU. Like, it's using a lot of resources, so I had to turn it off. I had to turn it off. All right, let's go back upstairs. So the only thing that we've seen so far, by the way, is that. What I'm going to get. I think it's haunted. Mel, I don't think it is. I call hogwash. I don't think it is. I'm really close to getting hunted, though. How was your stream earlier, Mail? Stopped in when I could. Freaking work. Did I take the camera with me? Oh, no, it's in there. struggling with your voice, oh, please make sure to take care of yourself. I know it can be rough, especially when you have to stream. But definitely try to take care of yourself when you can. Made it short. Made it short, ended after 4.5 hours. That's short. All right, this. Is that an orb or dust? That is an orb. That is an orb. What we want, though, is we want the ghost to shut off the power right now while we're standing here. 2 days of no stream next week because of this. So I want to go long. Well, that's not till next week. That was crucifix. Oh, that was cruci. That was not the juice. That was the cruci. So we have at least one photo we can take. I can grab the crucifix from there, I mean. Wait, I just lost myself. There's the wall. Hunting. Really? What up, Dragon? Come on, dude. It's still hunting. Now it's done. What I'm hoping for right now is it just close enough that we can hear it. God, I hate tier 1 so much. I hate it. It could be a Revy. That might be why we're not hearing it, because it's taking so long. Who doesn't? We're just going to have to go get closer, I think. We're going to have to go further down that hallway. I think it's a Revy too. That's my guess as to why this is happening. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave the photo camera here. Done. All right, let's take you. Nope. You. Maybe I just hang out down here. Let's hang out down here. Like, here. Do I have a second smudge out there? I don't know if I do or not. locker in the morgue is open. It is. Come on, dude. Really? Longest professional game in history? I know. Probably would have been faster to just redo the other runs. Still the same game? Yes. This ghost dude. I thought you were professional. No, this is professional. No, this is professional. Jack, thank you for the 8 months. Oh, I'll read your message here in a second, friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. What is going on? If it would have eaten the other crucifix, the lights would have turned off. It hasn't. It's just not hunting. Why? If this was a Thay, the thing would have died. There are wheelchairs it can hang out in. Imagine if that's bugged and it has been hunting. It's just the door is not shutting. Here we go. Shit. Any evidence? Yeah, we have orbs. Seriously, dude? Any particular reason that I couldn't pick it up? Did it go upstairs? I heard it downstairs. That's why I was like, what the fuck is going on? I unmuted the parabolic. We have the new Myling Rev hybrid. What the fuck? Either a Rev or a Mimic. I think the chance of this being a Mimic is extraordinarily low. Taizan, hello. Why is this map? What map is this? Why is it so damn big? Well, you see what happened was. Oh, I gotta run. I don't know. Oh, I'm not gonna get there in time. Fuck. All right. We'll get it next time. That's right. I'd rather not risk it for the biscuit. I'd rather not risk it. Any new maps? Oh, there's Point Hope. Imagine it just becomes a Dio and just comes to hang out. Oh. Rumble, thank you for the bits. Try the weekly, no chance. It's tough, man. It's really, really tough. Now we're going to wait here. We've been waiting 15 years. Might as well wait longer. Jack, what did you say? Time flies. My friend got the game the other day. Never got your voice on the spirit box. Oh. She got it on Thursday and it scared the crap out of her. I said nobody but right here. Right here. No, I have so many smooges here. It stands no chance. So many smooges. Listen, if there's going to be a map that's going to test my patience, this one is the one to do it, you know? All right, now please kill the power. Please. We need one more photo. Uno más. Uno más. Uno más. Please. Check, please. She was like, that's new. Yeah, it's tough. I try to get my voice line sometimes, and it just takes a million years to even try. Well, cut the power, please. Try doing no evidence on the weekly. It took me so many tries. To me, that was the easiest way to do it, was not even try to find evidence. That was seriously the easiest way. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate you, friend. Sam, thank you so much for the 6 months. Turn off the power, please. Going down there to get one last photo from an interaction or something like that from a revenant just seems like an awful idea, especially one that's apparently immune to the parabolic microphone. It's okay. We've waited this long. Half a year has passed. Just ding the bell until it brings the bags up to you. Oh, that's a good point. Hello? Can you hold this for a second? Hey, can you turn off the power? Jack, thank you for the 5 subs. It is bad service. This Revy's a jerkhole. What a jerk. Oh my Lanta. Jack, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the follows. Welcome in. That's a good wheel. Shit, I might just do it right now. Do it right now, and then whenever the power gets kicked, then we go. 1-star review. Yeah, the Yelp is going to get wrecked. Here, fuck it. Let's just do it now. Might as well. I need to install that thing Nutty was talking about the other day where you can search for sources. Like you can legit actually search bar your sources. I need to do it. All right. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? A sub. Wait a minute. It ate the other crucifix. It ate the other crucifix. All right. So after this, hopefully, after this quick power shut off, go get it. I know. Might have to. Might not have a choice. If it's not a rev, I'm going to be so mad. 7. Well, thanks for the bits, man. Thank you, Song. Did you get the third evidence? No, we had one piece of evidence. We got orbs. We had orbs, and I assumed freezing. I'm making a nice little assumption here that it's freezing. Imagine it's a Thay and it's not a Revy, and it's just really, really slow. Thank you for the daily tater. I'm a little fearful right now. What if it is a Fae? I have 2 photo cameras down here. Jesus. Rafa. Scared the piss out of me. Did I drop the parabolic in here? Or no? Crazy. 25 months. Run. Where's the other one? Where's the other Crucie? I know she ate it. Where is it? She did eat it, right? Am I crazy? She wrote. I thought you took it. I had 2 crucifixes in there. She ate the other crucifix, but I don't know where it is. I don't know where it went. Bizarre, thank you for the prime. That's okay. She rot. Did I leave a camera by the front door? Did I have that downstairs too? She swallowed it. Do I have another by the front door? Son of a bitch! She threw it into the dirty water. She absolutely ate. She absolutely ate the other one and it's gone. I have no idea where it is. No idea. Dude, this hunt literally took like an hour and a half. A lot of patience here. Look, the reason being is because I'm persistent. Thank you for the hype train, guys. I want to get this on my second try if I can. Sometimes it glitches through the wall. Yes. We learn patience here. That's why we subscribe. Well, I appreciate the patience. I appreciate it very much so. Book. Didn't I pick it up? Yeah, I picked it up. We all right. We all right. All right. There. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait. I don't know if that matters or not. We're about to find out. I didn't know if I could take a picture of it when it closed like that or not. See, Cruisy. Well, that's the one. No, that's the one I brought to the front. There we go. Now it's going to get all wet. So, I'm very curious to see if a crucifix spawns in this truck when I shut the door. Thank Jeebus indeed. Get me the hell out of here. All right, let's watch. Nope, it's gone forever.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
I'm not even looking. Nope. Nope. Not even looking. Fuck. Someone unlocked a core memory. I used to be able to play that on guitar. Way back in the day. Chub song. Bad. And thank you so much for the sub. Imagine you forgot to select the ghost type. Yep, we would just shut the stream off right there. Like, time to go to bed. Sorry, guys. Bye. Deuces. Oh, my Lanta. All right. Where would the next one be? Grafton. Grafton is a bit smaller of a map. Imagine I walk in here and get demoned right away. I will be so sad. I'll be so sad. Oh, I have ads coming though, so I'm gonna go ahead and catch them now before we go into the map. So if you guys are not subbed, if you don't have turbo, don't stress, don't worry. I'm gonna wait. We run 3 minutes of ads every hour, so that way I don't get any pre-rolls. So we're gonna go ahead and run them now. We will wait for you. We will go nowhere. As soon as they are done, we will go into the map. We'll be right back. Go potty, go get drinks, go do your things. All right. Your Twitch crashed. Oh no. Oh, I do owe a gifted sub. Oh yeah. You know what? We could do that. Let's do that. Yeah. Let's do that now. That's perfect. Take me back to the main screen. Let's do that now. They will see what word is being spammed and they'll know what to do. Do you have a theory on Pam? Yeah, there's some lore behind it. There is some lore behind it. All right, if you type the word sub in chat and you are not subbed, you have a chance at being gifted one. If you are subbed and you type the word sub and you win, you get to be the one that chooses who gets it. All you have to do is type the word sub. It is not a command, just the word sub. And we have enough time. We have, 2 minutes left on ads, so we are perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. I'll give you guys like a minute. Also, I don't know if you guys saw it earlier today or not, but I pinged everyone in the Discord just to make sure people are aware to, be safe. Be safe on Discord. Be safe on the webs. Alley Cat, hello. There's a lot of people. It's a very common practice for people to make fake accounts. Of other people. So what they'll do is they'll make a fake account, make it look very realistic to that person, and then they'll try to friend others and pass off that they're them. I've had so many people DM me like as a fake famous person, a fake well-known person, and they're like, hey, I do YouTube and streaming. Do you also do these things? It's the stupidest shit ever. It's very easy to tell that this person is obviously reading some sort of a script. But yeah, just never click links you don't know and never give out personal information unless you are being very intentional as to the reason for it. Yeah, so always be careful. Another way to tell if somebody's real or not is look at their linked accounts. Check their linked accounts. If they have their like Twitch, their YouTube, and you can click on those and actually takes you to YouTube, Twitch, their actual page. That means that they sync them together. Yeah. All right. 3, 2, 1. 1.5. Drunk. You don't look I care about saved Princess Zelda. I love the fake account was showing it join Discord. No. I'm pretty sure the fake account was showing it join Discord in 2024. It was trying to say that it joined this year. Yeah, I've been on Discord a lot longer than that. 9-5 Gaming! 9-5. Where you at? There you are. There you are. There you be. All right, Twitch, are you going to allow me to open their page? I don't think you are. I have a feeling you're not going to allow me to do this. You are. Oh, Twitch, you're so nice. Are you doing September challenge? What do you mean? What challenge? There we go. GG's 9-5. Enjoy the sub, friend. Enjoy the sub. Of course. And subs are discounted right now. So sweet. Sweet. What's up, Ninja? All right. Change this. Go to there. Go to this. Go to this. Do to this. Good night, Sam. Have a good one, friend. Good to see you as always. Sub temper. Hey. Yellow light would be fire. No, it doesn't look that great in the room. No, it doesn't look as good as you'd think it would. Yeah. What is the challenge? The one I'm doing right now, I'm doing a all difficulty tier 1 challenge. So completing every difficulty in Phasmo, doing perfect games all in a row with only tier 1 equipment. The last time I did this, we got to Apocalypse 3, and because of the voice bug that's in the game that I can show you right now, because of that bug, I got killed. So it should work right here. So if I hit global. Oh wait, no. Wait, do I need to be in a map to do that? I need to be in a map. I'll show you in a map. Yeah. If you died, you have to restart. Yeah. I had to go all the way back to the beginning. Yeah, that is correct. All right. Nightmare at Grafton. Let's go. Flash ties me on this stream.
Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
My new UV flashlight delivered today. Can't wait to use it. Ooh, that's cool.
Be careful.
Papa Smurf. What up, homie? What you doing, dude? What you doing? Thank you, Junior. Thank you. Thank you for the follows, guys. Welcome in. Gotta actually get to bed. Need to get up pretty early. Submit payroll for work since we're off on Monday. No problem, party. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Betty Baker. Betty Baker. Cleanse, Firelight, and Repel. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. Cleanse, Firelight, and Repel. So the Cleanse and Repel we can get at the exact same time. I'm just taking all of this right here and just taking it to the door. Gray, thank you for the Bezos bucks. Appreciate you. Found you through YouTube. Had to make a Twitch to watch. Hey, I appreciate you coming in, man. Thank you. All right. Put that there. Put that there. Put that there. No ghost photo. Nope. No ghost photo and no event. Neither of which are required, which is lovely. We are going to walk around with a smudge because trust issues. Because of trust issues. Don't forget to show the voice bug. Thank you. Let's make sure I don't do anything bad there. So if we look, we see that I'm on push to talk. So it makes perfect sense that I'm not pushing anything right now. So there's no voice coming through. Cool. But if I do a global like that, one single tap of the global microphone. And as you can tell, now I'm on voice activation, or it's just my voice is being pushed at all times. So the way to fix this very easily is to just go in, tap your local mic button, and then it's fixed. The issue is you have no idea if your voice is going through or not unless you look at this, or if the ghost finds you, all that jazz. So be careful. I know one thing that like Wolfen is doing, he's just on voice activation all the time now. So that way he's training his brain to know that the ghost can hear him at all times. Yeah. Yeah. So that's, you know, that's fun. A voice icon. It would be, the reason they're not going to do a voice icon is because it would take, the immersion would be destroyed if you're walking around with a voice icon on your screen. So they wouldn't do that. I just hardware mute during hunts. I'm going to have to now. I'm going to have no choice, song. All right. We have a smooge. Hold on. I'm going to wait here for a second. I'm going to wait here because I thought I heard it to my right. I do like the toggle voice option. That's nice, except that you can have it on toggle and it'll still be broken. Yeah. What is if you had watch which shows that? What? The hell did you just say? Your keyboard is messed up. Wait, why does your keyboard force you to type other words? Is there like an autocorrect keyboard that I don't know about? What's your camera mic setup? I'm using a Shure SM7B for microphone through a Rode mixer. And then I've got a Sony a5100 with the stock 16 to 50 lens. I'm going to get a Sigma at some point, a Sigma lens. I just haven't upgraded yet. All right, I hear nothing. We're not going to sit here for 15 years. All right, smudge at the ready. It brought us a present. Hey, little guy. Hey, how are you? Have you looked at the Tamron lenses? I'm just a really big fan of the Sigma ones. I used to use the Sigma art lenses a lot. Just a big fan of them. I love that glass. It's really nice. It's really, really nice. It's pretty Sigma. You can leave, song. Thought I heard that. Fairy Lee, hello, welcome. Yeah, I thought I heard that. Bring you a gift. That's for you. Enjoy. Don't use it all in one place. If you're gonna kick him out, you need to kick me out. Do you really want to do that? Do ya? Is that a threat car? Huh? You threatening me? Oh my goodness. How was the little one's birthday car? Did you guys have fun? I know you said you celebrated early. Come on, blow out the firelight. Just do it. Let's get you. Let's get you. That should be good. Hey, firelight. Let's rock. What's up, Arthur? Andy, hello. Don't threaten us with a good time. Ooh. Power Christ. I need the other one. We need the other one. We need the other one. Why do you keep throwing your matches down? Just because it's just such a habit to spam throw everything down rather than like try to spam throw and then stop and make sure that I have the matches in my hand. So I just spam and do it. Yeah, I know. I know. It's a bad habit. It's a pretty bad habit. All right. Ooh, Gorbs. Okay. Get this. Get this. Get that. You're touching. You're HR touching stuff. We'll grab UV. We'll grab UV. What is my weakness? Hot Pockets. Come on. Possible dots? Huh? Come on. No? We went to Hans for the Lilo and Stitch character breakfast. Got to see Mickey and Pluto. Oh, let's go. That's awesome. That's so cool. Dude, the food over at the Polynesian Village is crazy good. Oh, Hana, wait, now wait, is that the one? Is that the larger sit down? Is that the larger sit down restaurant? Or is that the one that's like, that's not next to the bar? It is. Okay. You little dotty piece of crap. Patience is a virtue. I knew it. I knew it. The family style. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. The last time we were there, we didn't get to eat there. We ate at the other one, and I forget the name, but it's stupid good. So freaking good. Car, if you've never, I don't know if you've been to that one or not, but oh my God, it was amazing. The food was fantastic. Hi, Hyper. What are you doing, Fran? Probably Kona. Yeah, I think it is Kona. Yeah. All right, so we know we have dots and orbs, which means it can't be a mimic, but it can be these guys. It can be these guys. So we need to get photos, cleanse. Okay, so we're gonna take that. This, I'm gonna throw these at the door. I'm gonna get the salt up there so we can get some photos. Love the Polynesian, small time favorite. So the wife and I are going to Disney this month. Well, this upcoming month in September for our anniversary for a couple days. And we are not staying at the Polynesian because we want to stay away from children when we go to Disney World. It makes sense if you don't think about it. But if you go as an adult and you go to Epcot and you do, if you go to Epcot, listen, if you go to Epcot and you do the food and wine fest and you just do a lap around the whole thing and eat and drink, we've done it twice. It is fantabulous. Well worth. Well frickin' worth. I'm putting this in my hand just in case. A mimic can give orbs. That's correct, but a mimic can't give dots. Hello, Dot Child. So good to see you. Tier 1 Friday, amen. So we should get together and message me. Oh, Car, if we have the chance, we will. I know that we are going to be packed to the brim doing stuff. So much salt. Oh, I got more down here. You just wait. Got some more right there for you. Got a little more right there. Maybe a little bit more right there. Delicious and nutritious. Wait, what happened? Oh, the chunky fish milk. Yeah, delish. Yum. Stupid bear. I need a photo camera, don't I? Wait, do I have a photo camera up there? No. Cast member PTSD. You were a cast member? Get out of town. Get out of here. Been to Universal before? I have. It's been a long time. It's been a really, really long time. But I have. We want to take the kids to stuff like that when they're a little bit older. Just because of how young Izzy is. All right, so I got you. Okay. Oh, I should probably go find the bone, huh? Let's do that. Let's go find the bone. Let's go on a boner hunt. We'll give it time to walk through salt and all that jazz. It's probably upstairs in the nursery and I just didn't see it. It's definitely worth waiting so they can remember better. Yeah, that's why, like, we wanted to do a big family Disney trip and we wanted to wait until they would be old enough to remember, so that's why we did that. But it was well worth it, though. I mean, they reference it all the time. All right, we have hiding down here. Come on. Even in this map, you're going to make it the last place I look? Come on. I had a time where there was a bone back there. Not fun. Sure it's gonna be the last place you look? You're not gonna keep looking afterwards? Wait, what do you mean? What does that mean? Oh, hey. There's a photo. Oh, we'll come back for you. Reminds me of the bone in the cornhole box. Listen, we've had the bone in some pretty weird places. Between it being in the cornhole hole, the trash can. Had some interesting bones. Remember all the Disney trips. I went, the first time I ever went was when I was 10. 10 years old, we went. Excuse me, you haven't walked to that salt yet? Who the hell do you think you are? You can't be a wraith, you nerd. Are you waiting for me? I mean, if it's a banshee, it can't stalk us unless we're on the same floor. Boner jam! Did you get the bone last match? I did. I did. Come on and slam. Why do you like the music box so much? I just like the mechanic of it. I like the mechanic of it. I like how it works. I like it all. I dig. All right. Come on now. Come on now. Go for a walk, you little jerk. Look what you did, you little jerk. Here. Wind or touch? I have no idea which one, and I don't care. Don't forget my mirror pick. Hello? Who's there? Oh, you fucking prick. I hate it here. All right. Don't take a picture of the phone. Roger that. Always scared to use the music box. They're calling to ask if you checked your butthole. Well, there's nobody there. Yeah, I took a picture of the... Yeah, literally nothing. You delete pics now? You can. You can delete 2 of them. This ghost has yet to leave that room. It has yet to leave this room. We know that because the salt is here. It does not count as an interaction. It should count as an interaction. The phone ring should count as an interaction. Like, that photo should have been one. But it wasn't. Kind of like when we took a picture of the dirty water from an inch away and it was a 1 star. Maybe it wasn't the ghost calling. I mean, okay, true. Should fix it. Well, I'm not the developer, so I don't know what you should fix it. I agree. Yeah, agreed. Consider it being a skill issue. Wow, dude. I'm about to make it hunt just so it'll freaking go through the goddamn salt. Just fix it. Okay, yeah, hold on. I'm on it. So if we get 6 photos from that, that's 8, which means I need 2 more. You know, we're going to try our luck doing. Ooh, was that? Did it blow it out? Look how long it took to blow that out. Yeah, the radio, it's been on like this whole time. When you come this far back though, listen. It starts to fade off. That'll count too. Yeah, but I'm afraid of the interaction time with the radio. You think it's a Banshee? Why? I can tell you why I don't think it's a Banshee. Dots. I know. Use the mirror. What, to know where the ghost is? Have you used the pair mic? No, but why do you think it's a Banshee? Possible ghosties? These ones. F it. Might be enough. Goryo is not an option. We saw the dots in person. It can't be a Goryo. Yeah, the only way to see Goryo dots is through the video camera. That is eat. Right, little bear? Yeah, the bear does. Or cat, whatever the hell that thing is. Ooh, rumble. So now what I'm going to try to do... You. Thank you. It might eat the other crucifix, and that's okay if it does. So let's see. Yeah. Now we can get all salt photos. What's the crucifix do? You still haven't said why you think it's a Banshee. There we go. Alrighty then. Maybe possible. That's why I think. I think it's a Banshee. Why? It could be. Well, yeah. But I think it's this one. Yokai? No, 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 no. You little fuck. spicy. Look, the stupid demon child's trying to get me. What do you want? You say I'm spicy. The little devil cretin's coming at me trying to bite my ankles. It wants a hug. Get out of here. Faster! Faster! Please! One more. E! E! Oh wait, give me that. E! You got 2 ankles, why not share? You shut your lips. Drifty! Hi, drifters. Oh my. No speed alterations this round? No. So we know it's not a mimic 100% because we have dots. Now, out of these ghosts, the only ones that can be fast without line of sight are these ones. And it was still fast without electronics nearby. This thing was stupid fast, and we have 0 electronics down here for that ghost to speed up. So there you go. Got all the photos. Make sure they're all 3 stars, which they are. We got the ghost. All the things. All the things. Child day. That's right. It's because the ghost... Someone gave the ghost sugar. Yeah, I think so. And it also did... Yeah, it didn't speed up in line of sight. It was so fast. And the reason it was so fast, even though we were upstairs a lot, is because we were not close enough to it to age it. So to age the Thay, you have to be near it for, I think it's, what is it? Every 1 to 2 minutes you can age a Thay, but you have to be near it. And we were not. You noticed we weren't near it. It never walked in the salt. So there you have it. A much faster round than the professional round. Much faster round. Hi. Have fun with no cursed possession. That's not very nice. On to our favorite difficulty. That's what happens if they're up after bedtime. Yeah, they got the zoomies. Just skip to Tangle. Just go to it. I can't. I shan't. I won't. Not having a cursed object doesn't feel particularly insane. I think they're just referring to your IRL sanity when you have to wait out for a ghost to hunt. Yeah. Every 1 to 2 minutes, it'll try to age. If the aging fails, it will try again every 30 seconds until it succeeds. And then I believe it can age 10 times. 10 times. Yeah. Broken Tangent, hello. I am going to prestige, just not yet. We're going to have a viewer day soon. I haven't announced when. It will probably be this upcoming Friday. So this upcoming Friday will probably be the viewer day. And after that day, I'll prestige. But I want to make sure that I haven't yet, so I have all tier 3 equipment, so people don't have to worry about using lower tier. A week from today, correct. How do the viewer days work? So what I'll do is there will be a bot that will be in the channel that you will be able to join via a command, and then the list will be obtainable through a command as well. You can see where you sit on the list, and then I'll post the code for the game in Discord. So if you're not in the Discord is there. Discord.gg/FlashForce. So the code will be in there for you to get, and when it's your turn and the bot calls you, you can enter. Yeah. Been doing tier 1 15 times on Tangle for funsies in the spirit of the challenge. It makes you feel better. It's super funsies. Any tips on staying calm while playing Phas? I think it's honestly just repetition. The more you play, the more calm you will be. It's the way that it's going to be. Okay. Clench also works. Have no mic. Oh, that's okay, Shade. Shade, I think there's certain peeps that I think I'd be willing to make exceptions for, Shade. You would definitely be one of them. If you're level 189, you prestige. Do you go to level 89 or level 0? Level 0. It's a great question. Yeah, you go back all the way to level 0. The next prestige. Yeah. Okay, let's go insane on Bleasdale. Shall we? Ay, ay, ay.
We've arrived.
Ay, ay, ay.
Equipment and get set up before
No, you.
investigating.
What do we have?
Got the intel.
Corey Mills, 25 motion and parabolic. That's not bad. Oh, shit.
They left in a hurry.
All right. Got it. All right. Corey Mills, 25% motion sensor and parabolic. Let's rock. Nice overlay. Thank you. All right. Let's start getting some stuff to the door, shall we? Here, we'll do this. We'll do that while we're getting everything to the door. With it being insanity, our sanity starts at 75, so we need to be careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob. Just keep it up. All right. We're going to get at least one of everything at the door, so that way when we find Ghosty, we can quickly just get everything over there. The Dawn Skybox is probably your favorite. It's really nice looking. It's very realistic. The color's very realistic. What if I saw orbs right here? Right here. What is my favorite difficulty? Nightmare. Nightmare is by far my favorite. I'm just curious if opening the door just now was part of a strat or just reflex. It's part of a strat. By opening the front door, it allows the ghost to become active. So before you open the door, the ghost won't move anything. The orbs will spawn, but the ghost won't be doing anything. So by opening the door, now the ghost can do stuff. So if I by chance happen to be near the front door and I hear it, there we go. I usually avoid that when I'm on solo. No. I open the door, let the ghosty, because you have to think, all this time I'm spending getting stuff to the front door, that's a chance for the ghost to be active and throw stuff around. So when we're roaming around and we're looking for the ghost, I can find shit on the floor. You know? All right. Get that. Get that. Or if it shuts the front door because it's a Yurei. Right. How funny would that be? Also, if it's a stalking ghost, gives it a chance to come after you. Like to come, closer. All right, we need this. I think we need parabolic and motion, correct? Yeah, parabolic motion. All right, I need to grab the other salt too. What's up, Paul? How are you? Do it again for pain. Hyper's on something. They need to allow the DO to come out to the... Oh, that would be so funny. If you literally were never safe. Anywhere you go, the DO can come after you. That would be actually hilarious. I told you, that would probably be one of my favorite April Fool's pranks if they decide to do it. Where the ghost can actually exit the house. They would never do it because I'm sure that there would be so many tears. But it'd still be really funny. I would laugh. Even Song says so. 100% Guitar Hero controller? Wait, what about it? I haven't done a Guitar Hero run in a very long time. I don't know if anybody else has ever actually submitted a Guitar Hero run other than me. Oh, I need to do one. Oh, I should make that one of my goals. Bongo controller? Oh, shit. Wasn't the bongo controller GameCube? I think the ghost is over here. DDR Matt Phasmo. Lemon was the one that did the DDR mat. The difference between my run, what I did, and what some others do with different controllers is that with the Guitar Hero run that I did not use the mouse or keyboard at all. What's up, Blue? A lot of times people will use different controllers, but they'll still use the mouse so they can do this. I used the analog on the Guitar Hero controller to do that. So we did next level it a little bit. What did you hear while you're sitting at the back? I am almost certain I heard a paint can. It could be over in the other room, but I'm willing to risk it for the biscuit. I thought I heard a paint can. I swear I thought I heard a paint can. Come on, do something else. Watch, I'm going to move all those here, and it's actually going to be in the office in the front. I should just grab a smudge and go find it. Vibe, welcome in. Virtual Boy? Oh shit, isn't the Virtual Boy the one with like the red? Zero sanity. No, I'm just trying to prevent sanity drain if I can. Oh, hey, look, a bone. And there goes an Oni. Give me you. Thank you. Hear me out. Rock band drum kit. Oh, God. I still fight for a duck hunt light gun Phasmo run. I don't know if that'd be possible or not. All right, the breaker is here. Look at that light. Look. There you go. That's for you, my little dove. Let's do this. Do that. Got those there. You're eventually gonna walk over here, so we'll do this. There we go. I know I just threw that, but that's fine. I'll pick that up. There we go. Shooting poor little teethy me. Phasmo without any items. I've done it before. It's just not a very entertaining run. It's just pretty boring. We've definitely done it before. What if the ghost is not a Hantu, but camping the breaker and keeps turning it off? What do you mean by camping the breaker? If the ghost, I mean, I've had normal ghosts. I've had normal ghosts turn off the breaker like crazy. So it just depends. You, grab you, grab you. We're just setting up shop. See ya, Pulsjet. Appreciate you for coming in, friend. All right, so we saw our breath. Has it walked in the salt? Has not. Ever done Phas VR? I have. Yeah, I've been trying to I've been trying to get it to work out to where I could do another Phas VR stream. It's just I've been having trouble where it's not been optimized, so it's been eating up a lot of resources. I'm gonna walk in the salt. Do you know why? There's some parts of the get. There are some parts of the game for VR that just need to be optimized better. Yeah. Well, shit. Well, I'm not seeing dots. I have an EMF in here. Know what we're dealing with? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a wraith. Azuri, hello. There goes 6 photo ops. That's okay. We just got to bring more stuff in there. That's all. That's all. I need to get the crucifixes there as well. Oh, and the parabolic. Did I leave that over there? Here, give me this. Let's do it like this. Why are you sure it's a wraith? Because it walked over where the salt was and never actually walked in the salt. So unless it's walking past the motion sensor and dodging it, which is unlikely, then it's a wraith. So that's one benefit of putting salt down and then putting a motion sensor right above it. Because then you know that the ghost walked by. Because you could have a chance where you lay down salt and the ghost doesn't walk and you're like, oh, it must be a wraith. Are you sure it actually walked by there or not? This is a way of knowing that it did. For sure. So we got this. Do I need crucifix bite? Yeah, see that? Shut up. All right. You know what? Here, let's do this. I'm gonna go get the crucifixes while I'm at it. What up, Jet? Because wraiths float. Yeah, that's the intention. 'Tis the intention. All right. There's one of them. Where's the other one? Oh, jeez. There it is. God, blending it with the floor. You'll get spirit box if it's a wraith. Well, I'm playing on insanity, so there's no guarantee of what evidence it would be. I'm only gonna get one, so I might not get spirit box. Yeah, since I'm touch the locker. Since I'm playing on insanity, it could give me spirit box, EMF, or dots. Put those there like that. That looks good. I think we're pretty set up here. Mistress Vampy, thank you for the biddies. What if it's the mimic? And we will find that out fast, because then all of a sudden it'll go past the motion sensor and actually step in the salt. Yeah. Oh, we had turned it off, Jet. We turned it off because it was getting very spammy. Go, there's 2. Oh, thank you, Fishy Buns. Thank you, friend. Hey. Davey, I swear to God. A nosy. Ghosty? I don't know which one that was. Oh, it's that one. Thanks. Appreciate. Five. Okay. Corey Mills. Furnace looks warm. Doesn't it look nice? Corey. Corey. What I could also do is I could take like so take these. Put you there. Put you over there. Put you over here. Jess, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Oh, hi. Appreciate you. How was your stream? Well, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ghost, come on. Please. Now we can see if it throws objects or if it blows the firelight out from here. Let's do one of those. I don't know which one it was. Here, let's shut them both. It was great. Did some Phas and Demonologist. Got very spooked. Nice. That's a good mix. That's a good mixture. What is the cursed possession? Not going to have one. So, I am doing a all difficulty tier 1 challenge created by Mr. Tomothy himself, Tom NK21. We are doing every difficulty in Phasmophobia using only tier 1 equipment. So this is insanity. And it has to be perfect runs. If you don't get a perfect run, you have to start all the way over. So the first time I did this, I got to Apocalypse 3, and the voice bug that's in the game right now is what took me out, unfortunately. So here's the spicy part about this here, ladies and germs. So I need to lose my sanity to 25 because we have that. So I just need to lose 25. We already have the bone. So that means I need to just go sit in here and wait for it to event enough to take us out. To try to hunt us, I mean. Because it's a wraith, I can't just go somewhere else. What do I have? I have 2 smudges. But if Ghosty decides to event on us, that can help us lose some of our sanity. Can you sit in the dark upstairs? Wraiths can't teleport to me. No, the Wraith can teleport wherever it wants to. A Wraith can get you anywhere that it feels like. You know what? I'm going to put this here. Put that there like that. Then we're going to take the other one. We're going to put that over here. That is not what she said. How dare you? We'll try that. So you could be... What's a good example of this? Let's say you're on Sunny Meadows and the ghost room is the morgue. And you... Thank you. And you are all the way upstairs in the female dorm. The Wraith could teleport to you. Oh, was that toilet paper? Now we're just trying to lose sanity. Now we're just trying to lose sanity at this point. So, delay sound. Oh, freaking blurp. What if you were in the bathroom? That wouldn't be very polite. No, it would not be very polite. No, it would not be very polite at all. That's why rates really suck, Corey Mills. Got him. Poor. Uh-oh. An event would be really nice right about now. So I put that there so it doesn't spawn on top of us. Absolute hello. We're on insanity. Teleport. Ooh. Damn. Okay. That's a good thing. We want ghosty farts now. We want them. We're within hunting. We know we're at least below 40. Because if it hunted at 50, we just lost 10. I charged his ass. When the ghost events on you like that, if you run into the ghost, you lose sanity. So that's why I charged his ass, so that way we would lose sanity. I'll take it. All right, so we have all the objectives. We have all of the photos. We even have the bone photo. And we have the ghost. Trying to fight the ghost. Damn right. I'm gonna fight. Shut up. Like an NFL linebacker. Oh my goodness. That was necessary. Okay. I like how we did the nightmare and insanity run in probably half the time we did the professional run. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. I can imagine the outside view of you of me just charging a ghost. It shows up with its red light event thinking it's doing something. Just charge. Like little giants. There it is. Have they added anything new since Point Hope update? I've been playing a couple months. You can delete 2 photos now. They did add that. Yeah. How'd I say it was a wraith? We knew it was a wraith really early on because I laid down salt and put a motion sensor above it, and the ghost never walked in the salt. But it set off the motion sensor, so we knew it walked by, but it never actually stepped. Yep. Yeah, you can't delete photos if they are 3 stars. So if you accidentally take a 3-star pic of something else, you can't delete the 3-star, which is not that big of a deal. It's not that bad. Yeah, I hate that though. I don't. If I need a ghost photo, I just don't fill my book to the last photo. I leave a few open. So in case I accidentally get a 3-star of something else, then it's okay. Didn't walk, it's a wraith. I don't. Sure. Would I add something else to the game? Oh, there's lots of things we could add to the game. There's tons we could add to the game. They're talking about cosmetics, but we don't know when that's going to happen. Eventually down the road. Custom ghost models. Actually creating ghost models that are 100% custom for Phas. Why delete a 3-star photo? What if you accidentally take a 3-star pic of salt for your last photo when you needed a ghost photo and now you can't delete it? That's why you need to be careful. Are you planning to finish tonight? I don't think so, Jess. I think it's going to be another 2-dayer. Yeah. If there's one thing you could change to the game, what would it be? The amount of time between updates. I get it. I know they're working on console. I get it. Still, man. Shit. Having 2 major updates over 2 years. Alphabetizing the ghosts? I don't know. I'm very used to where they stand. I'm very used to this. It's basically in order of when they came out, when the ghosts were added to the game, in a manner of speaking. Kind of. Sometimes I know when you shut the door to the truck and you're trying to very quickly could choose what it is. Yeah. Alphabetizing for new people. I guess. I'm not that worried about that. But there's little things you could add. We discuss it all the time about, like, what if I just left that screen? What if I wanted to check something and I forgot about it? Why would it be so difficult to add an extra thing here that allows me to go and look at my last game's stats? Why is that not in the game? I asked for that 2 years ago. I can probably find where I asked for that. I'll do it later. I'm not fucking that worried about it. But yeah, the ability to check your last game stats, because everybody quickly goes to the next screen. Everybody. And then you're like, shit, I didn't see where the bone was. Now I'm never going to know. Oh, I didn't see how many times the ghost used its ability. Oh, I don't know. Is the red card a new card? I mean, they've updated all these cards. So like all the prestige cards and everything like that, like all of these have been updated too. But this card, this is if you're a kinetic partner. How do you say it's spirit? What? How do you know if it's a spirit? If you're doing no evidence, you could smudge. And if the ghost doesn't hunt for 3 minutes. Yeah, speaking of 3 minutes, we have ads. We're going to go ahead and run them. If you're not subbed, don't stress. If you don't have turbo, don't worry. Go get a drink, come right back. We'll be right back. Running the ads. We do it so that way peeps that are not subbed don't get to miss anything. I'm not sure if we're going to do another one or not. I don't know. Because doing it, I don't know if I have it in me right now to do APOC 1. I don't know. Because we couldn't find a definitive answer during my stream, if the ghost is eventing, can any type close the front door? If it's an event, yes. Yeah, if it's an event, any ghost can shut the front door. So if you're on Grafton and you're in the foyer and the ghost is there or the ghost events on you in the foyer, it will shut the front door. The front door will shut. I would like an option to set possible ghost types for the... Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah. Oh, that would be super nice to test the ghosts and to mess around. I would love that. Because doing 1,500 runs to try and get the one ghost type you need, so that way you can test its abilities and other things like that. Yeah. Come on, bro. Do Apocalypse Now? No, bro. No, I don't think so. It's 12:30 a.m. for me, bro. So we just got lucky picking Ure when it closed the front door twice during events. The luck of... Oh, if it was during events and you picked a Ure, oh yeah, that you absolutely lucked out. Yeah, it do be late. It do be late though. Yeah. Only give you a minute. It's different for everybody. Absolute. The way that the ads get served, it's not the same for every single person. So somebody might get none. Somebody might get a minute. Somebody might get all 3. So like it was done for you and it was done for Red, but there's still people that probably see them right now because they're still going right now. Yeah. Oh, but do you play any other horror games? I do. What ones would you recommend? Depends on the type of horror game you're looking for. We do a lot of indie horror. Yeah. Got 5 ads. It's inevitable, Ninja. You either join a stream and you get hit by ads, or I play them when I'm sitting at a main menu screen, and then there's 3 minutes worth and you don't miss anything. So it doesn't matter where you are on Twitch. If somebody is an affiliate or a partner, you get ads. No matter what. It doesn't matter. If they're like, I have no ads. Yes, you do. It's just, we're doing it this way so that way they're controlled by being here instead of you coming into the stream and immediately getting them. But that's why we recommend Turbo. Yeah, Twitch Turbo is definitely worth it in my opinion. You get no ads across the entire platform. What's an ad? Oh my goodness. How are you confident in knowing the difference between an event and a hunt? I hear heartbeats during events. There's a few things that stand out. There's a few things that stand out to make the difference between an event and a hunt. Knowing what the grace period is with the difficulty at which you're playing. So if you're playing on pro, I think the grace period's like 3 seconds or something like that. That means that when the ghost starts hunting, there's 3 seconds where the door will lock, the front door will lock, and then 3 seconds before the ghost actually shows up to start chasing. If it's an event, the ghost will show up immediately. It will show up immediately. Also, if you ever see the ghost and it's not in full physical form, it's an event, no matter what. There used to be a time during Phasmo where the ghost could hunt as a shadow. But thank God they removed that. Thank God. Flash is a dad. Let him sleep early. Listen, dude. Listen. Gotta get the kiddo to bed. Have a good night. Thank you. Hey, machine. Hey, Tinker. How are you? B60 minimum. Okay. Well, listen. I mean, compare. I think it was more comparably. I think it was just more comparably to others. Yeah. Like the shadow ghost that killed. Oh my God. All right. Yeah. So the next runs that we're gonna have are gonna be the APOC runs, and they're definitely gonna take some time. So, with it being 12:30, that's probably gonna be the last one for us. I didn't want people to get hit by ads when we were deciding to raid out. But what is today? What is today? Technically now it's the 31st. So the next stream is going to be on September 1st. It is going to be on September 1st. You give elder millennial vibes. That's basically what I am. Yeah, basically. And on Sunday, September 1st is the beginning of September. So we are going to have goals for the entire month. Not a single goal. We are going to have many goals. So the link inside of the chat takes you to a photo. Oh God, Chrome's freezing on me. Chrome, relax. Actually, here, let me pull this up real quick. I'll go back to the share screen so I can show what they are. So yeah, this is what the goals are going to be for September. This is what the goals are going to be. So this will start September 1st. Yeah. Hyper, thank you for gifting to Red Ninja. Thank you, friend. Yeah, so I can explain a couple on here if you don't understand what they mean, or yeah. A lot of them are pretty straightforward to the point. Any ideas for the tattoo? Oh, that's not going to be up to me. That's going to be up to you. My wife has agreed to this. Hyper, thank you for gifting us something to Tinker as well. So there will be limits. If we, God forbid, September is crazy and we reach that point. You guys, I'm going to open a channel in Discord where you guys can put the suggestions of what you want it to be. What are limits? Well, it's this. So I'll open a channel where you guys can say what you want it to be. And then my wife has to approve it. So she's going to be the one that chooses what it is, and I'll choose where it goes. Yeah. Yeah. But other than that, I think the only other thing on here that might need some like clarifying is the Hot Ones Phasmo. So what I'm going to do for that one is I'm going to do Hot Ones challenge while playing Phas, where every investigation I eat a hotter wing. So we'll start with the first one. I'll eat that, and then I'll start to do the hunt. The next investigation, I'll eat the next hottest one, do another hunt, and just keep going until I can't anymore. That sounds like pain. Yep. That is correct. You do like to hurt yourself. I know my limits. Okay. Rafa was expressing concern as well. Like, just, hey, make sure you know you're not. I was like, I would not do something. I would not put myself in a situation that I don't believe that I could handle. And we've done one chip. We've done the hot ass noodles. We've done a bunch of different things, all the gross things. The nasty soda wheel is back. That's here. They're still here. Ranch is in there. I was in no way expressing concern. I'm aware. Rafa was, but I was not. I know. We see who cares. But yes, so merch giveaways. When we get to if we get to the higher one, we'll do a massive merch giveaway, a way bigger one. Chat chooses costume. So that means you guys would get to pick what I wear for Halloween, and I would have to wear it. And I would have to take photos as proof and post it. So yeah, pie to the face. Kids would do that, you know, all that jazz. But yeah, there you go. So that will be starting in September. So basically starting tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Sorry. Well, yeah, tomorrow. Fluffy pink unicorn. My dude, be a hot pocket. I'd rock a hot pocket. I'd rock a hot pocket costume. Hell yeah. Sponsor me now. All right. Let's go find someone to raid. Next, so this upcoming Sunday, last Sunday we did the same thing. I did the apocalypse runs last Sunday too, didn't I? Damn. Okay, we'll do the same thing. I'm going to do the apocalypse runs this Sunday. All right. That's what we'll do. Flash in a Flash from DC costume. Throwing around some 90s Nick ideas. Yeah, they were talking about for like possible like tattoo ideas. Listen, it's going to be, if we reach that point, it would be your choice. It would be your guys' choice. You would go in there, my wife would go in, and she would choose which one it would be. I would just have to decide where it would go. Red from All Real Monsters? Red? Who the hell was Red? Ickis? Are you talking about the thing that everyone thought was a bunny? The other one holding the eyes. Crumb? You mean Crumb? That's Ickis. That's Oblina. That's Crumb. Couldn't remember his name. Oh yeah, Crumb. Everybody loves Crumb. Love that show, dude. All Real Monsters is where it's at. Toenail. I told my kids about All Real Monsters, and I said how they use toenails as currency. They thought it was hilarious. I don't know what you're thinking of Red from. I don't know. I can't think of any show that has a character named Red besides like that 70s show. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Love that tune. So good. So good. So also before I go anywhere, so there's a couple, you can't, dude, I might have to light them or something like that. There's some things on the shelf that you haven't seen. There's some things on the shelf that you haven't seen that I wanted to continue to expand the collection, if you will. Off to bed, night drifters. Oh, I appreciate you, brother. It's so good to see you. So, they're not real legs. They're fake. They're fake. It's CGI. So there's two other things that have been added into the retro-y goodness. I don't know if you saw it or not. I don't think you'd be able to guess what they are. So here's the first one. So there's this, which I have all four of them, by the way. If anybody knows or remembers that. I don't know if anybody remembers this. You have one somewhere? I have all four. These are the McDonald's Batman Forever glasses. The mugs. They released four of them. I have all four. Where are they? Here. Yeah. And they came out in they released in, hold on, where's the date? The year's on here somewhere. I just can't see because of the light. I can't see because it's, where is it? I know it's on here. I just can't see for shit. The reflection. Oh, closing one eye helped. 1995. That's what the glass says. The glass says 95. Have all the Shrek cups from McDonald's back in 1992. Oh my God. Off by a few. No, you're good. You're good. Unopened. Yep. I so badly want to open it and just pour it into this glass and drink it. But this is a can that is over 20 years old. Oh, no, sorry. This is not. This is not that old. These were a re-release. It's just that I wanted to get the can that had this marketing on it. Yeah. I need you to find an ecto cooler. An ecto cooler? I feel so old, dude. Again, like I said, it was the other night. I was playing Super Mario World with my wife. Like, do you realize how great that is? She does not play games. The only games that she will play will be like that, will be retro games. That's it. She doesn't play new age shit at all. Do you have any Flintstone glasses? No, I do not, but I do have Flintstone vitamins. Does that count? Does that count? And my kids eat them too. Jolt Cola? Oh my God. Mind sharing? I mean, which chalky flavor would you like? I have orange. We have purple. A Zima? Oh, Jesus. Ay. All right. All right. We're good to go. Yeah, I got to figure out the lighting situation. Oh, Jesus Christ. I just hit a button. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. There we go. Sorry, I F11 myself. Playing Nintendo Mario Brothers the other day on the emulator in the Discord. See, one thing I'm glad that I did, Song, is that I'm glad I set up the CRT TV with the old consoles, because it doesn't compare. It doesn't compare at all. Glad I catch the stream for the tail end. Broken Tangent, I appreciate you, man. You got this? Oh, thank you, Blood Sample. We're going to try. Working to obtain more quota resets daily, so unfortunately, it's the nightly reset. Oh, okay. Sorry. StreamerBot was warning me. Thank you, Spawn. My Atari 2600, Nintendo, and Super Nintendo. Hey. Ba da ba da bop. Bop ba da bop bop. All right. Let us hold, please. Let me mute the site. The only 3 consoles I ever owned. No, I had God. That's people ask about that. People ask about that frequently, like how did you get into gaming in general, or like streaming and all that stuff. And like my parents are the reason that I got into gaming. They were gamers. Like my parents would game, so then we in turn would have games to play. We had a wicker cabinet that was like one of those Archie ones that was full of like over 100 Nintendo games. Nintendo 64 GoldenEye turned 27 years old. Dude, I've got GoldenEye here somewhere. I know I have it. I just have to find it. Did PC games after that? Any consoles? I played at a friend's house. Oh, we had everything. We had everything. We had Sega. We had Sega CD. We're working all the way up. I didn't start gaming until Kieran was born. Oh, man. I remember my dad getting really pissed off at me for walking past the TV when he was playing that one Viking game on Sega. Was it Lost Vikings? I don't remember. But I remember walking past the TV and he threw the controller on the ground and he like threw his arms back like this. And like was like, fucking go. I'm like, damn, dude. Golden Axe? No, not Golden Axe. No. Is it Lost Vikings? Sega? It was the Lost Vikings. Shit, I was right. It is the Lost Vikings. Yeah, that's it. Dude, that was a great game. It was like a puzzle. That's why I loved it. It was like a puzzle where you had to move the different characters to different spots to open up different areas. Loved it. Been playing N64 games on my iPad. Oh, I love N64. If I had to pick a console that is my favorite console of all time, it would be 64. 64 is my favorite console. I love it so much. And I'm going to force my kids to play it with me. Star Fox. Dude, it was so good. That was so revolutionary in gaming. Loved Frogger and the Atari. Oh, that was good. I used to have a Darth Vader Atari, which I think was the 2600 or a version of it. Rumble Pack and all? Well, yeah. I don't think I have a Rumble Pack right now. I have one for my Dreamcast controller, though. Do a barrel roll. Love the sound. Oh, listen, I could talk retro shit all day, man. I could talk it all day. Davey, thank you for the bits. Thank you for all the blurps, friend. Falco was the bomb. GoldenEye's before me by quite a bit, but an incredible experience. There was a spell of a time where I found out how to play it online. I played it on an emulator. My friend played it on an emulator, and we found out through a website how to play against each other online. It was great. Retro gaming stream? Dude, I could possibly be down for that. I don't know if it'd be better for me to try and port my actual real console or if it'd be better to just use the emulator. The emulator would probably be easier. Oh no. Now we're yawning. That means it's time. Do that for that. If we reach the 24-hour stream, I will retro game at some point during the 24-hour. I like that idea a lot. I like that. I like it. I think we emulated the last time you tried when I did Mario 64. I think so. Yeah, I think we did too. Ninja Gaiden. Oh my god. Dude, what games do I have on 64 now? I've got a bunch. I've got a handful. Petition for a little bit of Rocket League during the 24-hour stream too. Maybe. I'll think about it. If we reach that point song, I'll tell you what, if we reach it for if we reach the 24-hour, we will. We have to do our yearly game. Right. Okay. You know what? Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. All right, guys. If you are not subbed and you are coming along with the raid, I know it's late. I know it's stinking late. I appreciate you. If you're not subbed, the first one's for you. If you are subbed, that one's for you. My little creepy tier 3s. I know I have at least a couple here. You get to use that fun one. You get to use that fun one. So, like I said, September is going to start on Sunday for us. Technically speaking, September, the perks of September are already live. They already made them active now. So, there's discounts on subs, there's discounts on tier 1 for 1 month, for 3 month, and for 6 month. And I think 6 month is like 30%, while the others are 25. And then there's going to be like a gifted sub perk later in the month. Hyper's creepy too. We know. Never denied it. See, Hyper gets it. It's fine. All right. Let us go say hi to Mr. Vin. Mom passed away a while ago, but she loved the ghost things. She would have loved the streams. Oh, I appreciate that, Jack. I appreciate that. Yeah, both my parents have passed too. So I feel you. My mom hated spooky things, but she loved collecting clowns. Weird as shit. Like, I guess that's a spooky thing, but she didn't think it was spooky. It's really weird. All right. Mr. Vin is doing a triple stream, if you will. He is playing Lethal Company with Chiba and with Glay, and they are all live right now. So if you need other perspectives, please make sure to stop by and drop a lurk or go say hi to the friends. All Midnight Society peeps, I love them all to death. Guys, if you're not already following all of us in Midnight, please make sure you do. Like Mrs. Mel, Kill, all the friendos. Yes, and he is using crowd control. I don't know if Glay and Chiba are, but I guarantee that Vin is. So make sure to collect your coins. They all are. So collect your coins, make shit happen. If you want to buy coins from them, you can. And then you can spawn dogs. You can take them out. You can do all kinds of bad stuff. But appreciate you guys. The Discord link is here. The rest of the socials are there. I will see you guys on Sunday for the first day of September. Peace.